Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey, Mr. Blazier. People represented by Ms. Clark, Mr. Darden, and Mr. Gordon. Jury is not present. Counsel, anything we need to take up before the defense calls their first witness? Good morning, Mr. Cochran.
Good morning, Your Honor. I just wanted to indicate for the record that yesterday at about 5 o'clock, I should start off by saying that I had received a call from Mr. Yokelson, I believe on Friday afternoon, regarding witnesses above the 8 or 9 names that I had given him, I think, on last Wednesday, or the prosecution. And we did, in fact, get back to him yesterday afternoon and gave him perhaps 20, 24 additional names, which we think will perhaps take us through the next 2 weeks.
Which means we have approximately how many names at this point?
That I've given him probably somewhere, I haven't counted them exactly, Your Honor, but somewhere in the area of about 30, 33, 34. Right. And as I would indicate further, is if there are witnesses we're not going to call when I become aware of that list, I'll let the prosecution know and try to always let them have the order. And I think that will expedite this matter so we can move through this trial. I do have some concerns, however, Your Honor, that I'd like to bring to the court's attention. One of our witnesses that we expect to call, hopefully today, depending on how fast we move, is a lady named Carol Connors. And this lady yesterday received a call from a lawyer by the name of Gloria Allred that was entirely inappropriate. First of all, Ms. Carol Connors is represented by a lawyer, and he will be here later today. His name is Ed Peace. I spoke with him last night. He was extremely upset that Ms. Allred would seek to call Ms. Connors, whom he represents, and then proceed to badger her, and was screaming at her to the extent, according to Ms. Connors, that Ms. Connors had to hang up the phone. And the reason I wanted to bring this to the court's attention, she was apparently urging Ms. Connors to talk to the prosecution. And I am very concerned for these number of witnesses we have that I don't want to see them harassed. Certainly the prosecution has a right to ask to talk to the witnesses. If the witnesses want to do that, that's fine. We have no problem with that. But I will not stand by as an officer of this court and not at least bring it to Your Honor's attention. And I believe Mr. Peace will be going to the other appropriate state agencies regarding the conduct of this lawyer in calling his client and badgering her like it happened last night. And I just wanted to put that out and put it on the record. And I think that it was very unfortunate, and I hope that won't happen again with any of the other witnesses. It's in a search for truth, Your Honor. Witnesses should be able to come to court without fear from anyone or being intimidated or affected by anyone. And I think it would be outrageous if people were deterred from testifying in this case because of the conduct of any of the parties. And so I wanted to bring this to the court's attention.
All right. Thank you, counsel. I'll hear from Mr. Peace when he's available.
And he will be here before she testifies, and I'm sure he'll bring it to Your Honor's attention. The other thing is that, as we've indicated to the court, in proceeding with this case, we're ready to proceed and would ask leave to call Ms. Orenthal Simpson. We'd had a conversation back in chambers on Friday in which I indicated the general parameters of her testimony. And if there is any area where I feel that there's a question or whatever, and there is an area where regarding a letter that we gave the prosecution last evening, and this is a letter from Nicole Brown Simpson to Mr. Simpson in '93, which we think is very probative, but it has a specific purpose only. And before we get to that or ask any questions of it, I want to have a 402 hearing, but I don't want to delay the proceedings. That would be the very last question, and we would not, before we got to that, I would ask for a recess, and then we'll have a 402 hearing.
All right.
That's all I would like to do.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Clark.
Good morning, Your Honor. Let me first indicate to the court and assure the court, although it probably does not need the assurance, at no time have the prosecution engaged in any conduct that would tend to harass or intimidate anyone, any witness for either side. We have had no contact with Carol Connor. I certainly have never spoken to Gloria Allred, and if any of the allegations made by counsel are true, which I sincerely doubt, then that is a matter to be taken up at a later point, but it certainly does not involve any conduct on the part of the prosecution. We would never engage in such conduct. It's beyond even thinking. Secondly, Your Honor, with respect to the proposed testimony of Ms. Simpson, the people are requesting that there be an offer of proof. We have no statement from Ms. Simpson. We have no indication at all as to what the parameters of her testimony might be. The proffer of the letter back in '93, I believe, from Ms. Nicole Brown is an indication to me that the intended parameters are very, very broad, and perhaps impermissible in light of the issues that are framed in this case. And rather than have to go through lengthy sidebars and objections that will waste the jury's time, we are asking that the defense be required to submit an offer of proof to this court so that we can see what the boundaries of the testimony proposed by her are. At this time, we have no idea. The only statement we have from Ms. Simpson at this time is very, very brief testimony elicited at the preliminary hearing pursuant to 1538.5 motion made by the defense at that time, which is July of '94. At this time, there's been no statement made by her to the officers. There's been no statement made by her to the defense, which has been proffered to us. So we have no idea what the defense intends to elicit, and I think the court is entitled to an offer of proof to make sure that improper questions are not asked, to make sure that areas are not gone into which are impermissible or improper. And perhaps the defense needs to know what areas the court thinks are proper and improper, or which areas might open doors the defense does not want to open. And a good example of that would be the letter that's been offered so far. But I think that it is clear that in the absence of a statement having been given to the people that will indicate what the boundaries of the testimony are, that the court is entitled to an offer of proof before that witness testifies, and people are making that request.
Mr. Cochran?
I find it particularly ironic, Your Honor, that the prosecution has called some 58 witnesses and took almost 6 months. We didn't try to stop them. This so-called search for truth certainly takes a different turn when the defense gets its chance. Certainly this court, and we talked about this last week, Your Honor, you and I, has an absolute right to ask for an offer of proof, and you did. And I told you, and you were in chambers that indicated, in the areas that I went into, you said it's absolutely irrelevant and totally permissible. Your Honor, these people, the prosecution does not have a right to take each one of our witnesses and ask what we're going to testify. I mean, they're so insecure about their evidence. Listen, if this is a search for truth, you are going to do the right thing with regard to the evidence. We are experienced lawyers. We're not going to go far afield with this jury. We're going to bring on the areas we know about opening doors. And quite frankly, if there is a question about opening a door, we want a ruling. We want a ruling before we ask the questions. And I've indicated to you we will be doing that. And I've indicated the general areas we'll talk about. I mean, it's preposterous for experienced lawyers to stand here and say, Ronald Simpson was the person awakened by the police officers, Your Honor, shortly after 5 o'clock on the 13th. I mean, it's preposterous. She was home that evening. I mean, for them to say this is just preposterous because they don't have a report. There is no report. And as I indicated on Friday, when they're at some point later in their careers, when they practice on both sides, they'll understand how things perhaps work better. Now, Ms. Lewis, of course, indicated to me she'd never be on this side, but you have to have a client to be on this side. And, you know, and I just want to...
Counsel, we don't need to go into
right.
that.
But the point is, Your Honor, I think that we've done this already. I tried to indicate that to the court, and we were very aware of that. And I told you further that both Mr. Shapiro and I and each lawyer who will be taking witnesses and these first witnesses, if there's a question mark in our mind, unlike what happened in the People's case, we will ask to approach the bench and ask some advice on those questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Counsel, the way we will proceed is accordingly. Where there is a witness, where there is no statement available, I will ask and expect an offer of proof. As to the first witness, Ronald Simpson, this person is well known to counsel on both sides. Her ability to testify to what was going on at the Simpson residence the night of the crime, what occurred that morning, what occurred in the few days afterwards, the demeanor of the defendant, any statements that may have been made by Mr. Shipp. I mean, she is potentially competent to testify to a number of issues that are obvious to me. So I don't think I'm not going to expect an additional offer of proof beyond what we discussed in chambers last week as to Ms. Ronald Simpson. All right, anything else? All right, let's have the jurors, please.
One question on the issue of the letter that they will attempt to introduce through Ronald Simpson. Can we have a list of the P's and A's they intend to argue and provide the court?
Mr. Ullman is here. Mr. Gordon, you want to chat with Mr. Ullman?
Sure.
And Mr. Cochran, who is going to do the direct examination of Ms. Simpson? All right.
Who will follow Ms. Simpson?
And Mr. Cochran, who comes after Ms. Simpson?
I was expecting Ms. Cummings Durio.
All right. Carmelita Durio.
There's the issue of the exclusion order that the court issued to the Brown family as victims' families. As
far as being excluded from the proceedings when there was testimony being provided by other witnesses that might relate to
Excuse me, Ms. Simpson, hold on.
their testimony.
We need the jury first.
Okay.
So you interested at all?
Yes. Mr. Cochran? Exclusion of other family members when they're going to be testifying as to the same issues.
Okay. I expect that Ms. Simpson will also be testifying sometime this morning. Being she's in a wheelchair, are you asking Ms. Simpson to be mother be moved also?
Anybody who's going to be testifying to the same issues, yes. They should not hear each other's testimony. All right, so they'll be excluded.
Mr. Ullman indicates that there's no law or authority.
And counsel, our lunch recess today will be until 1:30. And let the record reflect that we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. See everybody's well. All right, at this point, Mr. Cochran, you may call the defense's first witness.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Your Honor, the first witness that the defense will call is Ms. Ronald Simpson.
All right, Ms. Simpson, would you
Simpson.
come forward, please?
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you give in the cause now pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat on the witness stand and state and spell your first and last names for the record.
Arnell Simpson, Arnellesimpson.
Good morning, Ms. Simpson.
Good morning.
Ms. Simpson, are you acquainted with the gentleman at the end of the counsel table there, Mr. O.J. Simpson?
Yes, I am.
And how are you acquainted with him?
I'm his daughter.
And do you have other brothers and sisters?
Yes, I do.
And tell us about your brothers and sisters, their names and their approximate ages.
Jason, Sydney, and Justin.
And can you tell us approximately their ages?
Jason is 25, Sydney is 10, and Justin is 6.
And you're still young enough that I can ask this. How old are you?
26.
And then you're the oldest of the Simpson siblings?
Yes, I am.
What was your date of birth?
12/4/68.
Something unusual about that particular date?
I was born the same day my dad won the Heisman Trophy.
And now, with regard to your background, have you attended college?
Yes, I have.
Where did you attend college?
I went to the University of Colorado and then transferred to Howard University in Washington, D.C.
And at some point, did you finish Howard University?
Yes, I did,
When was that approximately?
in 92.
All right, now after you finished college, and Howard University is in Washington, D.C.,
Yes, it is.
did you then have occasion to return back to Southern California?
Yeah, periodically through the holidays.
All right. And prior to that and after that, did you have occasion to relocate here to Southern California, move back here and live here?
Yes, I did.
When was that approximately?
In 92, September of 92.
And that was after finishing, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Did there come a time thereafter that you had occasion to move back to the Rockingham residence that we've heard about in Brentwood?
Yes, I did.
Now, had you lived in Rockingham at some time earlier in your life?
Yes, I have.
Do you recall when that was approximately?
Off and on my whole life.
All
basically.
right, well, when you were a young lady, was your father married to your mother?
Yes,
And what's your mother's name?
Marguerite Thomas.
And is she present in court here today?
Yes, she is.
Is she the lady there with the flower on her, the yellow?
Yes,
coat
she
there?
is.
All right. And when did you first move into Rockingham, if you recall, as a youngster?
I was, I believe, 7 when I first moved in with my mother and father.
And can you move a little closer to the microphone?
Oh,
Can I-
sorry.
No, I want you to pull it closer.
Pull it.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I missed that last answer. You were approximately 7 years of age?
Yeah, I believe so. Uh-huh.
And at that time, was that a home, was that the family home?
Yes, it was.
And who lived at that house at that time?
My mother, my father, myself, and my brother, and my sister Erin, and then she passed.
You had a sister, Erin, who
Yes.
ultimately passed? All right. But so this was a family home purchased at that time, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And how long did you live at Rockingham after you moved in at about 7 years of age?
I lived there until 87 when I
Alright.
graduated from high school.
All right. From high school?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Got to say yes.
Yes.
All right. Now, then from 87, after 87, you lived other places, is that correct?
Pardon me?
You didn't live at Rockingham after 87
No.
for a while?
I went off to college.
Okay. Then after now you had finished college, did there come a time in 1993 that you moved back into Rockingham?
Yes, I did.
All right, we tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when that was that you moved back into Rockingham.
It was approximately, probably early March of 93.
All right, and what were the circumstances surrounding your moving back? Did you have a conversation with your dad?
Yes, I had asked him if I could move in.
So-
Sustain.
The yes would be appropriate, it seems to me.
Yes.
Okay, you had a conversation with your dad, is that
Yes.
correct? And in that conversation, did the two of you discuss your moving back into Rockingham?
Yes, we did.
Yes or no? All right. And was anyone else present during that conversation that you had with him?
Yes,
Who was that?
Paula Barbieri,
And who is Paula Barbieri?
my father's girlfriend,
All right. And where did this conversation take place?
in our TV room at the house.
All right. In which house you're talking about? Rockingham?
360, yeah.
All right. You can tell us, why was it that you decided you wanted to move back at home at that point, just generally?
At the time, I was living with my mother, and she had a duplex and wanted to rent out the place I was staying in. And I'd asked my dad if I could move in, and he said yes.
Well, okay, he said, okay, he indicated yes.
Yes.
Okay, we won't go into the conversation. But, so, the reason was you wanted to move from your mother's residence and you wanted to move back home, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you lived at Rockingham when you were a youngster, did you have your own room?
Yes, I did.
And did your brother Jason have your own room?
Yes, he did.
All right. At some point after you moved out, did your father remarry?
Yes, he did.
All right. And the rooms that you'd had, who occupied the rooms that you originally had when you were a young person? Did your younger brothers and sisters
Yes.
take over those rooms?
Yes, they did.
And that's Sydney and Justin?
Yes.
All right. So when you moved back, or when you wanted to move back, where were you going to move at that point? Which room were you going to move in, if you know?
Because Justin and Sydney were occupying our rooms, Dad built 2 additional rooms in the back for us so that we would have a place to stay.
All right, so he built 2 additional rooms. If I were, may I put you on? There's a diagram that's been previously marked, and I'd like to, so people's. People's 66 room.
All right, People 66, which is the diagram of the Rockingham residence.
Thank you, Your Honor. As I understand it, this particular exhibit is now in evidence, as I understand.
It is.
Is that right? Ms. Simpson, with regard to People 66, which purports to be a diagram of the grounds at 360 North Rockingham Avenue, you've seen this diagram before, have you?
Yes, I have.
All right. And you were just describing for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and the court that your dad had built some additional rooms after his new family had moved into Rockingham. Is that correct?
Yes. And
can you show us, if the court will allow you to step down briefly, and show us where the rooms were that your dad had built for you and your brother, Jason? All right, for the record, Your Honor, Ms. Simpson has indicated 2 areas on People 66 marked Arnell's room. She indicates both of those rooms, if the court pleases.
Yes.
And those are the 2 rooms that you and your brother Jason could occupy, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So, after this conversation with your dad and Paula Barberi, did you have occasion to move back into Rockingham?
Yes, I did.
And in the course of the conversation that you had with your dad, did Paula Barberi also participate in that conversation?
Yes, she did.
All right. Now, when you moved back into Rockingham, I think you told us that was perhaps around March or so of 1993.
Yes.
Did you have any special arrangements whereby you were going to pay rent or whatever?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
That I would move in and give my father $50 or $100 a month so that when it was time for me to get ready to leave, I would have money for a down payment for a first and last rent.
Would you get the money back?
No.
You would get the money back from your dad? If you
Oh,
moved?
yes, if I were to move, yes.
All right. But did you always pay the $50, $100?
In the beginning, I did, then it kind of slacked off.
All right. But you didn't. You weren't put out at any rate, were you?
No.
All right. Now, so starting then in March of 1993, you moved back into the residence. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you a question about the family dogs. Did you have a dog back in the early part of 1993, or dogs at the Rockingham residence?
Yes.
Okay, tell us the names of those dogs.
Chachi and Chubbs.
Okay, now Chachi we've heard about, and is Chachi, is that the black chow that we've heard about?
Yes.
And do you know how long you'd had Chachi approximately?
Oh, goodness. It's been about 9 years.
All right, so he's a 9-year-old dog or something
Yes.
like that?
Uh-huh.
All right. And he's the black dog we've heard about, is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And you mentioned a new name, Chubbs. Who is Chubbs?
Our other dog that we had.
All right, and what kind of dog was Chubbs?
A chow, a brown chow.
All right, and you know how long you'd had Chubbs prior to 1993?
About 11, 12 years.
Was Chubbs older than Chachi?
Yes.
All right. Did something unusual happen to Chubbs?
Yes, he died.
And were you in and around the Rockingham residence when that happened?
Yes, I was.
And after that, did something unusual happen after Chubbs had died?
Yes.
What was that?
We buried him.
All right. Now, with regard to this, and this dog, you were attached to this dog?
Yes.
And what about the younger children?
Yes.
And at that time, and when did he die exactly?
He died either end of February, maybe beginning of March of 93.
All right. At that time, was Miss Nicole Brown Simpson, do you know where she was living at that point?
Yes.
Where was she living?
Gretna Green.
And were you acquainted with that residence?
Yes.
And would you occasionally go over to that residence?
Yes.
How often would you go over to the residence when she lived at Gretna Green?
It was very close, so I would stop by periodically to say hello and see the kids, sometimes do errands with her.
All right. And did you make Miss Nicole Brown Simpson aware of the fact that this dog Chubbs had died?
Yes.
All right, did something happen thereafter?
Yes, she came over.
I'll link it up. Okay. You may answer.
Yes.
And what happened?
At that point, my father, Nicole, and I proceeded to figure out what we were going to do with Chubbs, and we decided to bury him in the front yard
He's buried in the front yard of Rockingham?
of the Rockingham house.
All right. And was this a procedure that took place on the day you found him?
Yes.
Where'd you find this dog?
He was in the pool.
All right. Now, with regard to this procedure that you had where the dog was buried, was he buried in the front yard of Rockingham?
Yes.
All right. And how'd that take place?
We didn't want to give him to anybody because we had had the dog for so long. So Nicole had actually made the decision to bury the dog in the front yard, and she dug a hole in the front yard.
And he's buried in the front yard.
Yes.
Did your father try to dig that hole?
He attempted to.
And what did you see him do, if anything?
He couldn't do it.
Relevant.
Sustained.
I'd like to make an offer with regard to that.
Sustained. 93.
Very well, Your Honor. So, Mr. Nicole Brown Simpson dug this hole, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And were the younger children also present at the time?
No, they were not.
Okay, just who was present at the time the dog was buried?
My father, Nicole, and myself.
All right. Now, after that dog, after Chubbs had passed on, did your father have occasion to buy another dog?
Yes, he did.
And what was that dog's name?
Cato.
And so when was Cato bought in relationship to the time that Chubbs died?
Maybe 2 to 3 weeks later.
All right. And your dad bought that dog?
Yes.
All right. And where, at that point and thereafter, where would Cato live?
At my dad's house.
Okay, at Rockingham?
Yes.
So how many dogs did you have again at this point?
2.
So that you have both Cato and Chachi living at Rockingham, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Would there ever be occasions when Cato would be over or taken over to Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's residence?
Yes.
All right. And at some point, did she move from the location at Gretna Green to some other location?
Yes.
Do you know when that was approximately?
I believe it was the end of 93.
All right. And did you in any way, were you aware about the time that she moved? Did you participate in that move at all?
No, I did not.
All right. You knew when she moved, is that right?
Yeah.
All right. And that's when she moved to Bundy, is it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, then Cato, you've described for us, was living at the Rockingham residence primarily, is that right?
Yes.
Along with Chachi, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Would there ever be times when Miss Nicole Brown Simpson would come by and get either one of the dogs, Cato or Chachi?
Yes.
Well, describe that for us.
She would come by in the mornings and either take the dog over to see the kids, or she would run with the dog.
Okay. And which dog would she run with primarily, if you recall?
Cato.
All right. And would you ever run with Chachi?
No.
And why was that, if you know?
Chachi has really bad arthritis.
His arthritis?
Yes.
All right. But was Cato a younger dog?
Yes.
All right. So she would run with Cato?
Yes.
Would she take Cato with her?
Yes.
All right. And would there be times when Cato would stay overnight over at the Bundy residence?
Yes.
Now, your dad has several cars, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you moved back in 1993, how many cars did he have at that point in and around the Rockingham residence?
3.
And we've heard about a black Bentley.
Yes.
Is that one of the cars?
Mm-hmm.
And did he have a white Bronco?
Yes.
And he had another car?
Yes.
And where's that car?
In the garage.
All right. That's a third car, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, with regard to the Bronco, what family members, if any, would drive this Bronco vehicle that your dad had?
Everybody.
And by everybody, who do you mean?
Myself, my brother, AC, Nicole, my father.
All right, and so we get some names, some new names here. When you say AC, who do you have reference to?
Alan Collins.
Collins, is that Cowlings?
Yes.
Alan Collins. And is that a friend of your dad's in the family?
Yes.
Okay. And you told us that Nicole would drive the Bronco?
Yes.
And you would drive the Bronco?
Yes.
And when you say your brother, I presume you mean your older brother, Jason?
Yes.
By the way, I may have neglected, is this your older brother, Jason, in the courtroom sitting next to your mother?
Yes.
To the right of your mouth? Now, do you have a recollection of seeing Miss Nicole Brown Simpson drive that Bronco from the time that you moved back in over the course of the last couple of years?
Yes.
Do you recall under what circumstances she would tend to drive the Bronco?
Either to take the dogs. At one point, her car was in the shop, or to use the car with Justin and Sydney if they had other kids with them, friends of Justin and Sydney's.
To go out like on outings or whatever?
Yeah. Yes.
Have you ever seen times when she had one or both of the dogs inside the Bronco when she took it?
Yes.
Try to limit. Have you seen times when she's had one or both of the dogs in the car?
Yes.
Would there be one dog used taken in the car more often than another?
Yes.
And which dog would she take most often?
Cato.
And the children would also be in the car on occasion?
Yes.
Now, after you moved in March of thereabouts of 1993, would you have occasion to see Miss Nicole Brown Simpson or the children over at Rockingham on times after you moved in March of 1993?
Yes.
Would you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the circumstances by which you would see her over at the Rockingham residence?
She would come over in the mornings, sometimes to let the kids swim, or she would drop them off while she went running, and I'd watch Justin and Sydney. And she would come over sometimes to pick up her mail.
All right. She had mail that would still come to that residence?
Yes.
All right. If you are aware, you'd been over to the Bundy residence, had you not?
Yes.
Did she have a pool at Bundy?
No.
So the kids like to swim?
Yes.
And there is, in fact, is looking at People 66, a pool area that we've all seen on our jury view at Rockingham. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, would you know the times she was coming over there?
No.
Bringing the kids? All right. And so how would you determine she was there or find out she was there?
I'd wake up in the morning, and sometimes I'd walk outside. She'd be out laying out, and the kids would be in the pool, or I'd come inside the house, and she'd be in the kitchen, or we'd be going and passing.
All right. And during this time frame, she and your father were somewhat separated. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And would I be correct in assuming that when you first moved back in, his girlfriend at that time was Paula Barbieri?
Yes.
All right. Now, the times that you would see Miss Nicole Brown Simpson over at the Rockingham residence, did that continue on for a period of time after you got back in March of 1993?
Yes.
Now, with regard to your relationship with Miss Nicole Brown Simpson, would you have occasion to ever go over to the Bundy residence?
Yes.
And under what circumstances would you go over to Bundy, ma'am?
To stop by, to say hello, to talk to the kids. On occasion, she would call me to babysit the kids in the morning so she could jog or to take them to school.
And were there occasions that after you moved back into Rockingham that you would babysit the children at Bundy?
Yes.
Now, with regard to your dad, Mr. O.J. Simpson, if you know, were there times when he would spend the nights, this is after you came back in March of 1993, over at the Bundy location?
Yes.
Said if she knows. And how do you know that he would spend the night over there? Could you explain that for the court and jury?
He would call me to see if anybody was at the house, sometimes call me if they wanted something from the Rockingham house for me to bring over to Nicole's house.
And would there be occasions where you would bring things from the Rockingham house over to Bundy and he would be there?
Yes.
And what kind of things would you bring over there?
Like Justin's Nintendo game or a video.
All right. Did the children have games like Nintendo and other kind of videos at Rockingham?
Yes.
They also have some Nintendos and games also at Bundy?
Yes.
Did you ever have occasion to bring any clothes over for your dad from the Rockingham residence over to Bundy?
Yes.
And we're talking, so that we're clear for the time, we're talking about primarily after you'd moved back in. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall specifically when the times were that you have had occasion to bring clothes over to your dad, the times he was over at Bundy, if you recall?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please, ma'am.
It was between 93 and 94, during the summertime.
The summer of 93?
Yes.
Thereabouts. Did there come a time when you started to see Nicole Brown Simpson and your dad, Mr. O.J. Simpson, start to go out together again?
Yes.
And when was that approximately?
It was probably around the month of March or April of 93.
All right. Was this about the time when you would see her out by the swimming pool and things like that?
Yes.
Okay. And then after he started to see Miss Nicole Brown Simpson again, if you know, did he stop seeing Paula Barbieri?
Yes.
All right. So. And so then, once he started seeing Nicole Brown Simpson again, he wasn't then seeing Paula Barbieri. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And with regard to the time that Mr. Nicole Brown Simpson moved to the Bundy location, did you think that was near the end of 93 or the first of 94? Do you know when that was?
I believe it was the end of 93.
All right. So somewhere around that range. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. So this time frame then that you've described where you would take clothes over to the Bundy location would have been in the summer of 93, and that was the time when your dad was again going out with or dating Miss Nicole Brown Simpson. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, during this time that they were seeing each other, she never moved back permanently to Rockingham, did she?
No.
She moved in the house, did she?
No.
All right. Would there be times when she'd come over, though, and spend some time at the house?
Yes.
And would describe that. Did that continue to happen over a period of time?
Yes.
And did they continue to date, if you will, from the time you've talked to us about in April or May throughout 93 into 94?
Yes.
And would you see her fairly frequently during that time frame?
Yes.
Sustained.
All right. Well, will you describe for us how often you would see her during this time frame after they started dating?
Almost every day.
And just describe for us a general day, if you can picture for us. We're now talking about after the time that they got back together.
Can you rephrase that?
Okay, certainly I will. The question I was asking was whether or not they tended to see each other at both locations, both Rockingham and Bundy. And I was going to ask you to describe a day when you might see Miss Nicole Brown Simpson at Rockingham, first of all.
She would come over during the summer. At one point, we had all gone to a movie, the whole family. They had thrown a couples party, and she would be over at the house. Or he would be over at Nicole's house, and I would go over there, like I said before, and drop off clothes.
All right. Okay, and so with regard to this time frame, are you sure of the exact dates of the time that Miss Nicole Brown Simpson moved from Gretna Green to Bundy?
I'm assuming end of 93, but no, I'm not correct. I don't know the exact date.
All right.
No.
You know that at some point she lived at Gretna Green. You
And
know
then
at some
moved-
other point she moved to Bundy.
Yes.
All right. Now, with regard to the late summer, in the month of August or thereabouts of each year, were you aware of how your dad was employed at that time?
He would start his football season.
All right. Was he a sportscaster of some kind?
Yes.
All right. And when he started his sportscasting, did something unusual happen, or did he have to move on locations in August of 19? Strike that. Would he have occasion to move his residence in the month of August or in the late summer?
Yes, he would.
All right. And where would he go during this time frame, if you know, ma'am?
He would move to New York and then travel out of New York.
All right. And to the best of your recollection, again, what month would that normally be he'd move to New York?
It would usually be between the months of August until January.
All right. And you said he would move to New York. Did he have a residence in New York?
Yes, he did.
And what kind of place did he have in New York?
He had an apartment.
And you've been to that apartment, of course?
Yes.
Now, you described for us that you were attending Howard University in Washington, D.C., is that correct?
Yes.
And so would you have occasion to see your dad or visit your dad when you were in D.C. and when he's up in New York,
Yes.
when you were back there? Would you ever go to the New York apartment?
Yes. Often.
Now, During that time frame, after Ms. Nicole Brown Simpson and your dad started dating again, do you recall whether or not you ever had occasion to see them together in New York at any time?
Yes.
Can you describe that for us?
It was no different than the normal. It would usually be on some of the holidays, sometimes the weekends. It would be easier for me to go to New York as opposed to flying all the way to LA from Washington, D.C., so,
All right. So there would be times you would see the family there?
yes.
And would that include the two minor children also?
Justin, Sydney, yes.
And yourself?
Yes.
Now, when you moved back into the house that you described for us in March of 1993, were you given any particular instructions about your role around the house there?
Yes.
And what was that?
That basically I had become the woman of the house, and while he was gone, for me just to make sure that everything was running in the household and to just watch it.
All right. So now, as you became the woman of the house, do you recall whether or not in the month of August of 1993, did your dad go into sportscasting or broadcasting and have occasion to go to New York during this time frame?
Yes.
So there'd be periods of time when he wasn't even here in California?
Yes.
And were you the woman of the house?
Yes, that's the reason why he made me the woman of the house.
All right. And as the woman of the house, what kind of things would you do?
Just make sure everything was running, as far as the gardener and people coming into the house, regulating it, watching, the cars, just household things.
All right. There was a housekeeper?
Yes, there was.
All right. And would the housekeeper be there on weekends?
No.
And so on weekends, you really have to be the woman of the house then, is that right?
Yes.
All right. So you did this in 93 after you moved in, is that correct?
Yes.
And primarily he was traveling and doing his sportscasting work
Yes.
from August on? And that would last how long? You said till January?
Yes.
All right. And that's,
Oh, yeah, August to January.
and there's some big football game that occurs toward the end of January called the Super Bowl?
Yes.
All right. Is that traditionally in the football season?
Yes.
All right. After that, would he stay in New York, or where would he go at that point, if you recall?
He was in LA, but he would travel quite a bit too.
All right. Now, he would travel a lot.
Yes.
And you were living, and so I'm not sure we made it clear for the jury, but after you moved back in, you described for us that Mr. Simpson had built rooms for you and Jason, and you described them as Arnell's room back here. And I don't think I asked which room you moved into. When you moved back in, where did you move, if you recall? Make sure you step down here.
Yes.
Thank you.
I was sitting here.
All right. The room marked Arnell's room, Your Honor, that's next to Cato, correct, that's next to the room marked Kaling's room,
Yes, to the right of that.
to the right of that. Thank you. All right, so that's the room you moved into. So this is the room from which you were the woman of the house, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were describing for us that your dad would travel a lot, even when there was no football season. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would you talk to him about his travel? Would he tell you when he was leaving?
Sometimes.
And do you know why he was traveling, what he was doing during this period of time?
That's vague, counsel.
Yes, counsel's correct. You're correct. Let me rephrase that. Do you know what kind of trips he was taking during this period of time after, say, January of 1994?
Yes.
And what kind of trips were they? Business trips?
Some were business, some were pleasure.
All right. He'd go various places?
Yes.
All right. And he do this on a regular basis?
Yes.
All right, let's talk a little bit about your dad's traveling habits as you knew them. And we're talking now for the period after January of 1994. Let's say between the period of January and, say, June of 1994. Have you ever been around when your dad was getting ready to leave for a trip?
Yes.
Can you describe for us any particular things about his getting ready, his packing habits, and those sort of things?
Overruled.
He would usually do everything last minute.
And you've seen this yourself?
Yes.
And describe that, doing things last minute.
Well, there's always been an ongoing joke within the family that we'd always say, Dad, you have to get ready. And he'd always say, I'll get ready before you will be. And I would always, like, prepare an hour before, and he'll, like, get dressed in the last 15 minutes before we would have to leave.
This is
He's
on
done
trips-
this for years.
That's something that you've seen as you were growing up?
Yes.
All right. And so there would always be a race to see who was going to get ready first, but he would start much behind you?
Yeah.
All right. And you've seen that happen over a long period of time, have you?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to shift our attention now. You described for us that when you first came back or talked to your dad about coming back, you'd met a lady by the name of Paula Barberi, and she was present during this conversation. Is that correct?
Yes.
When had you known her before the time you came over and talked to your dad, before you moved back in?
Yes.
And do you recall approximately when it was that you first met Miss Paula Barberi?
It was in 92.
And under what circumstances, if you recall, did you have occasion to meet her?
When we would have phone conversations when I was at school, and he told me he had met somebody.
All right, and then so you had a conversation, you came west. Did you have occasion to attend any particular event where you had occasion to formally meet Miss Barberi?
Yes.
And what was that occasion?
Paula had thrown my father a birthday party on July 9th, which was yesterday, but in 94.
That's his birthday, July 9th?
Yes.
And this party was in 1992?
Yes.
All right. And was that when you...
Yeah.
Did you meet her at that time?
Yes.
All right. And where did this birthday party take place?
At our house.
And at the house, you mean, again, the Rockingham residence?
Yes.
That's always the house, right?
Yes.
All right.
Sorry.
Okay, so there was a birthday party on July 9th, 1992, his birthday, when you first met her?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you have occasion to discuss with your dad his relationship with Paula Barberi? You can answer that yes or no.
Yes.
And you talked about those kind of things?
Yes.
And during the time, and since you're an adult during this time, and after the time you moved back into the house, would you have occasion to discuss with your dad various subjects, serious subjects such as relationships?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to discuss with him his relationship with Paula Barberi?
Yes.
At any time, did you have occasion to discuss with him his relationship with Nicole Brown Simpson?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention now to the week of June 6th, 1994. In that particular week, do you recall whether or not your father was home the entire week, or was he away during part of the time, or what was the circumstances?
What year was this?
The week of June 6th, 1994. Do you recall whether your father went out of town at all that week?
He had been coming and going, yes.
All right. And again, was that like a regular week for him?
Yes.
All right. So you became aware that sometime during that week he left and went out of town. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, prior to that time, the time we're now talking about, June 6th or thereabouts, there come a time when your dad and Nicole Brown Simpson stopped seeing each other again, if you recall.
Yes.
Was that sometime after Mother's Day of 1994?
Yes.
Around that time?
It's around, Mother's Day.
All right. Now, during the time, you've told us that during the time that Mr. Simpson was seeing Nicole Brown Simpson, he was not seeing Paula Barberi. Is that correct?
Yes.
And after this time when Mr. Simpson, your father, was no longer seeing Miss Nicole Brown Simpson, did you have occasion to again see Paula Barberi?
Yes.
Was that after they had broken up with Nicole Brown Simpson?
Yes.
And again, would that be after Mother's Day or so in May of 1994 that you saw Paula again?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to discuss the various things that were taking place in your father's life at that time with him at all?
Yes.
You're somebody he would come and talk with?
Yes.
prior to, strike that. Back to this particular week that we were talking about, the week of June 6, 1994. You described for us that you became aware that your dad went out of town that particular week. Recall that?
Pardon me?
You described for us that your dad went out of town during the week of June 6,
Yes.
1994. Prior to that, before that June 6th week, do you recall a time that after your dad and Miss Nicole Brown Simpson were no longer dating, that she became sick with pneumonia?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was that in the month of May, after they had broken up, as it were? I'm asking.
Sustained.
All right.
Rephrase the question.
Certainly, Your Honor. When was that? When was that, when she came down with pneumonia, if you recall, your best recollection?
Sometime in the month of May.
All right, and tell us what you observed with regard to that. Did you ever see her at the house, the Rockingham residence during that time frame?
No.
All right, were you aware of her being at the Bundy location?
Yes.
And were you aware of whether or not your father did anything in taking care of her during this time frame? I'm asking.
Overruled. Foundation sustained.
With regard to whether or not your father cared for Ms. Nicole Brown Simpson when she had pneumonia, how do you know that? What are the circumstances?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Certainly. Did you have occasion to see Nicole Brown Simpson during this period of time when she was supposedly sick?
Yes.
Have you described that for us and tell us where you saw her?
I saw her once at Justin's graduation, and then I went over to her house one day.
All right, and when you say you went over to her house, you went to the Bundy location?
Yes.
And you became aware that she was sick?
Yes.
And what was her ailment at this time?
She had pneumonia.
And with regard to that, were you aware of whether or not your father did anything or visited her during this particular period of time?
Yes.
Tell us what you observed in that regard.
He went over to her house one day to help.
Overruled.
He went over to the house to help her one day with the kids and to bring her some soup and medicine, see if she was okay.
All right, and this was during the period of time after they had broken up and while she was sick, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, back again to this week of June 6th, on this particular week. Did you become aware toward the end of the week, specifically, I guess, around Friday, June 10th, did you become aware of your father coming back to California?
Yes.
Do you recall when you saw him in and around that period of time, June 10th, June 11th, if at all?
I don't believe that I saw him on that day.
All right.
Not in person.
All right. Were you aware he was back in town, Harper?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall whether or not you saw him at all on the Saturday, which would be, I think, the 11th of June?
No.
All right. And on Sunday, June 12th, 1994, did you spend the previous night, the Saturday night, in your residence, in your room there on People 66 as indicated?
Yes.
All right. And did you have occasion on that morning to get up and go someplace?
Yes.
And where did you go at that time?
I went to church.
What church did you go to?
St. Martin's.
All right, that's a church out near in Brentwood there?
Yes.
All right. And after you went to church, what time did you go to church?
I went to church at 10.
And did you have occasion to return home after that?
Yes.
And did you see your father at all that morning?
No.
Were you able to ascertain, do you know where he was at that point?
No.
Do you know he's back in town?
Yes.
All right. How'd you know that?
Because Gigi had told me, the housekeeper, that Dad was coming in town on Friday and that he would be leaving at the end of the week.
All right, so you had a conversation with the housekeeper.
Yes.
And her name is Gigi?
Yes.
All right. Her last name is Guerin?
Yes.
Is that Guarin?
I believe so.
All right. So you went to church and you came back home, and after you went to church, did you have occasion to go out?
Yes.
And were you out pretty much the whole day?
Yes.
And now did you have a car?
Yes.
Vehicle? And what kind of vehicle did you have?
A Saab.
And what color is it?
Black.
And what year is it?
94.
And when did you get that car?
And 93.
Did you have that car when you came back to the Rockingham residence, or did you get it after you got there, or when did you get it, if you recall?
Can you repeat that?
Certainly. Did you have that car when you moved back in with your dad?
Yes.
In March of 1983?
Yes.
All right. Had that car been a graduation present for you?
Yes.
All right. And so where was that car where did you traditionally park that car when you were home at the residence? Can you show us that?
Yes.
Again, with the clerk's permission?
Yes.
She's looking again at People 66, Your Honor.
Where this red dot is.
All right, she's pointing toward a red dot on People 66, and it's above the words driveway
Yes.
on the diagram. And you'd park your car traditionally there, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you can show us, was there a place on that diagram where the Bentley was normally parked? And that's the black Bentley you talked about earlier?
Right here.
All right, and that would be right in front of your car, and she's pointing to an area, Your Honor, above drive and the words driveway on People 66.
Yes, to the left of the red dot.
Left of that, and left of the red dot. Is that where you parked your car normally, where the Bentley was parked?
Yes, usually we both parked our cars in this right here.
All right, oh, in that
In
little,
this, you know.
kind of inset area?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
There's, both of you try to park your cars in that location?
Yes.
And the Bentley, as I understand your testimony, would be in front, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So, when you left the house on Sunday, June 12th, after you'd come back from church, how'd you leave? Did you leave in your car, or how'd you leave?
I left in my car.
All right. And you did not return until what time?
Approximately around between 12:30 and 1.
And is that a.m.?
Yes.
All right. Had you been to a movie or something like that?
Yes.
All right. And you returned home about 12:30 or 1, is that
Yes.
correct? When you returned home, you didn't see your dad, did you?
No.
All right.
It'll
Did you
stand.
see your dad?
No.
And were you aware of whether or not he was going to go out of town again?
Yes.
And if you can just tell us, how did you know that?
Prior to Gigi telling me.
Sustained. Answer stricken, jurors to disregard that.
So you knew of it only from talking to someone else, but you didn't know yourself. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. Well, I'm asking you, Your Honor, it's foundation.
Sustained.
All right.
I mean, overruled. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, so you returned home, and was anyone at home when you returned home after 12:30 on now June 13th, 1994?
Yes.
And
Yes.
who was home?
Cato.
All right. Anybody else that you were aware was there?
No.
I think we know who she's talking about, but since we have two Catos here.
Sir,
Oh, I'm
yes.
sorry.
Yes, well,
Cato.
Cato the human being?
Yes.
Cato Kalin. All right. And when you returned home, where did you go at that point, if you recall?
To my room.
All right, and that's Arnell's room, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and then do you know did you at some point go to sleep?
Yes.
And do you know what time approximately you went to bed and went to sleep?
It had to been around 1 o'clock, between 1 and 1:30.
When you returned home, did you notice anything unusual at all?
No.
About the residence? Now, if you went to bed and went to sleep about 1:30 or thereabouts, there come a time that you were awakened on the morning hours of June 13th, 1994.
Yes.
Describe for the court and jury the circumstances that you were awakened, ma'am, if you recall.
I was awakened around between 5 and 5:30 by two gentlemen knocking at my door.
And these gentlemen knocking at your door, what did they say, if you recall?
They were knocking at my door, and they said that they had been outside ringing the bell and that they needed to speak with somebody who lived at the house.
All right. I presume, having been in the bed, you were attired in your pajamas or whatever?
Yes.
All right. Did you get up at that point?
Yes.
And then tell us what happened at that point.
They had told me that they needed to get in touch with my father and if I knew where he was.
All right. And what did you say in response to that?
I said that he wasn't home, but I didn't know where he was, but I knew how to get in touch with him.
All right. And then what happened after that?
We left out of my room, and I went to go to get my phone book to get in touch with somebody who would know where my dad was.
And when you say you went to get your phone book, I presume you didn't have your phone book with you at that point.
No, it wasn't.
And now I want you, with the court's permission, did you go to some location to get your phone book?
Yes.
All right. And you were talking to two men, were you?
Yes.
And these two people, were they Los Angeles Police Department detectives?
Yes.
And do you know their names now?
I believe Phillips and Lang.
All right, and can you just describe the person you think is Lang for us?
Lang would be the old, well, the salt and pepper. He has more hair on him, and I think Phillips is the one with the mustache and the bald head.
You may have them reversed. Is the one, there was one had a bald head?
Yeah.
All right, let's call him Lang.
Oh, okay.
And the Phillips, the other one you said was, describe him again? The other
Salt and
one?
pepper hair, older, bigger build.
All right. Let's for the time being call him Phillips.
Okay.
All right. Now, did
Have
you
we
have
switched?
okay? We have occasion then. You step down, and I want you to show the jury and the court the route that you took as you sought to get this number, so you could try to find your father. You can step all the way down if you want.
You want me to do what?
The question is, can you look at this diagram? We won't block the jurors and draw with the pointer there. The route that you took is you went to get your book to get the number to call, locate your dad.
I came out of here this way.
All right, Your Honor, let me tell you what she's doing. She's leaving, Your Honor, the area marked Arnell's room, and she walks west to an area with some stairs. She goes up the stairs and proceeds past the pool. Is that right? Mm-hmm. All right. She went around the north side of the house to an area marked driveway again on Peoples 66. And you went to an area marked entrance. Now, is that the entrance to the Rockingham residence?
Yes.
And what'd you do when you got to that entrance, ma'am?
I went over here to the kitchen, through the kitchen to the phone here, and then walked through here to get to my car.
All right. Let's back up for a moment. When you got to the front door of the residence there, did you have to do anything before you got inside that residence?
I had to turn the alarm off.
There was an alarm on,
Yes.
and you turned the alarm off, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you walked this route you just described for the court and jury, was anyone accompanying you at that point?
Yes.
Who was?
The two detectives.
Two people we described earlier?
Yes.
Lang and Phillips?
Yes.
All right. And did you walked around the house and came to the front, and you took the alarm off before you went inside?
Yes.
All right, let me ask you specifically, did you ever at any time walk from your residence here, where Mark Arnell's room, and go through some door here at the back of the house?
No.
When the alarm is on, is that possible?
No.
You can't go in that way, is that right?
No.
The alarm keypad is where?
In the front of the house.
So you went around to the front of the house and turned off that alarm, and then these two detectives came in behind you, is that correct?
Yes.
And you described for the jury that you went into the kitchen area, is that correct?
Yes.
They were still with you?
Yes.
Then after being in the kitchen area, you left to go some other place.
Yes.
Why'd you leave the kitchen area to go outside?
To get my phone book out of the trunk of my car.
All right, and there is a door, it's indicated, Your Honor, in the area, it's not marked kitchen, but there's a door on the side of the house above the garage area that Mrs. Simpson is indicating she went outside.
On the west side of the
West side.
house, approximately, 2/5 of the way up from the bottom of the diagram.
Very good, Your Honor. And you went outside, and where did you go?
To my car.
And that's the black Saab you described?
Yes.
And what did you get out of your car, if anything?
My phone book.
Okay, and then did the detectives come with you?
Yes.
Now, while you're taking this route or whatever, do you have any conversation with those detectives at all?
Yes.
And again, will you tell us, and you may resume your seat. Go ahead. Which detective did you speak with, if you recall?
I spoke with, I'm confused with the names.
Okay, well, describe them.
The one with the mustache and the bald head.
All right, well, that's what we're going to call Lang.
Lang.
Okay. And during that period of time, what did you say to Detective Lang?
I had asked him that I really needed to know what was happening because I was nervous, and he needed to tell me what was going on.
All right, and did he respond to you, what was going on?
Yes.
What did he say to you?
He had told me that that I know a Nicole Simpson, and I said yes, and he said that she had been murdered and that there was somebody else with her.
And where were you when Detective Lang told you that?
Right outside in the back of my car.
This is after you'd come to the kitchen and gone out to get the daybook?
Yes.
When you heard that, how'd that make you feel?
I immediately started crying, and I had asked him, "Are you sure that it was Nicole?" And he said yes, and I said, "I don't." Basically, I was just shocked. I couldn't believe it. I didn't know what to do.
All right. If you know, was the other detective standing close to you at the time that Detective Lang told you this, or do you know where he was?
He was inside the house.
He'd remained inside the house when you came outside for your daybook?
Yes.
Before we go back inside the house and after this conversation, were there any other detectives you saw around there at that point?
Yes.
And at what point did you see them?
After I'd come back inside the house, and
Do I understand that initially when you first were awakened and walked around, you only saw the two, is that correct?
I saw 3.
Okay, you saw another one?
Yes.
Where did you see the third one?
The third one was in front of Caitlin's room.
Kaylin's room?
Yeah.
Can you describe that person, or do you know that person's name now?
Yes.
What's that person's name?
Mark Furman.
And what was he doing in front of Kaylin's room, if you could describe for us what you saw?
They were talking.
All right. When you walked that route past Kaylin's room, were they talking at that point?
Yes.
All right, so you walked past them.
Yes.
And did you ever see a fourth detective when you were on your way up to the front?
Yes.
And where was that fourth detective?
He was further. Can I show
Yeah,
you?
you can show us if that's okay with the court.
Yes.
Like over in this area,
This is in the area that's,
like here.
Appears to be the patio area adjacent to the pool.
thank you, Your Honor. And do you know that person's name? Was that Van Adder?
Yes.
Detective Van Adder?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you see Van Adder, Detective Van Adder, at that location when you were walking up the first time? Mm-hmm. All right, so is that a
Yes.
yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. So as I understand it then, you left your residence, and as you walked, you saw Mark Furman having a conversation with Kato Kalin.
Yes.
Were they inside the room or outside the room?
Cato was standing in his doorway, and Mr. Furman was standing outside the door.
All right. And you walked up those stairs, and as you proceeded on your way, heading kind of northbound on the property, you saw Detective Van Adder somewhere in the patio area by the pool. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And then you continued on with Lang and with Phillips. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you got your daybook out of the back of your vehicle, did you have occasion to go someplace at that point? Did you go someplace?
Yes.
And where'd you go?
I went back inside the house into the kitchen.
All right. And when you got back in the kitchen, tell us what happened at that point.
Then I had called Kathy Randa,
And let me stop you there. Who is Kathy Randa?
my father's assistant,
All right. And you called Kathy Randa, and why did you call her?
to find out where my father was.
All right. And did you ascertain that?
Yes.
And after you found out where he was, did you communicate that to any of the police officers, if you recall?
Yes.
Did you tell, which of the two did you tell? Do you remember you told Lang or Phillips, or who'd you tell?
I believe I told both of them.
Okay. Tell them both?
Yes.
And you tell him he was in Chicago?
I didn't know where he was, but I knew he was out of town.
All right. And after you found out where he was, you found out from Kathy Randa where he was?
Yes.
All right. And you then told him where he was?
Yes.
All right. And you were, now at this point, in your kitchen area there, tell the jury who all was present.
Lang and Phillips.
All right. At this point, you didn't see Van Adder or Furman. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What did you next see happen with regard to the kitchen area and the phones therein?
I called Kathy and told Kathy that I had some really bad news. And then I started to cry, and I handed the phone over to, I believe, Lang, and then they had a conversation.
All right. So when you say they, you mean Detective Lang and
Kathy
Ms.
Randa.
Kathy Randa had a phone conversation?
Yeah.
After that, and again, when you say Lang, do you mean the one with less hair on the top and the mustache?
Sustained leading counsel.
All right. When you say Lang, can you describe that person?
The guy with the mustache and hair loss. The one with the bald head.
All right. Okay, so then after this conversation, after Lang had concluded the conversation with Kathy Randa, did you hear or see one of the police officers place the phone call?
Yes.
And did that take place how soon after the conversation with Kathy Randa?
Can you repeat that question then?
Okay. At the time the conversation concluded between Lang and Kathy Randa, how soon was another phone call made in that kitchen area or wherever?
There wasn't a conversation, not on, by the detectives.
Okay.
We waited,
Okay, you waited.
yes.
Did you at some point become aware that one of the detectives, Phillips or one of them, placed a call to your father?
I believe that Kathy had called, said that she can get in touch with my father, and my father called the house.
All right. You think he called the house?
Yes.
All right. Do you know whether or not, whenever the phone call came in, whether your dad, who did he speak to at that point, if you recall? One of the detectives or you or what?
He spoke with one of the detectives.
All right. Do you recall which detective it was that he spoke with?
I don't recall that.
Could you hear one side of the conversation, could you?
Yes.
You could hear what the detective was saying?
Yes.
And do you recall which detective it was at this point?
No, I don't recall which detective it was.
It was one of those two.
Yes.
Either Lang or Phillips, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And at this point, were you pretty upset?
Very.
You were crying?
Yes.
You were distraught?
Yes.
And so you heard the conversation you heard what the detective said, is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
And at some point during that conversation, did you have occasion to speak to your dad, Mr. O.J. Simpson?
Yes.
How did that happen?
The phone was passed over to me, and my father had asked me what was going on, and I said, Dad, Nicole is dead. She's not here with us anymore. And he said, I'm not.
Sustained.
Let me rephrase that. You heard the detective saying something into the phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the phone was passed over to you at some point?
Yes.
And did you recognize the voice of the person on the other end of the phone?
Yes.
Without telling us what that person said, was that your dad?
Yes.
You recognize his voice?
Yes.
And how did he sound to you at that point?
Very upset, emotional, confused.
All right. Did you then have a conversation with your father?
Yes.
How long approximately did that conversation last?
About 5 minutes at the most.
Were you still also very upset?
Yes.
Your Honor, would this be?
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning recess. Please remember all my admonitions to you. We'll stand in recess for 15, and Ms. Simpson, you may step down, come back in 15 minutes, please. All right? Let's have the jurors, please. Deputy McNamara. Let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. And Ms. Orenthal Simpson, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, just pull the microphone close to you, please. And Mr. Cochran, you may continue.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. You okay? Mm-hmm. All right. Now, Ms. Simpson, just before the break, as we took our break, we're talking about the brief 5-minute conversation that you had with your dad on the phone. And you described for us how he appeared distraught in his remarks to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how were you at this time?
Upset, emotional, crying.
Now, with regard to your conversation with the detective, which I think you said was Lang, describe for us what he said to you exactly during this time frame. What did Lang say to you about Nicole Brown Simpson's death, etc.?
He had said to me that Nicole had been murdered and that there was another body with her.
And do you recall him saying anything else to you at that time?
No.
All right. So after he made this statement and after the phone had been passed to you by the detective and you spoke with your dad and you described how he was, what then happened after that, ma'am?
Can you say that
What
again?
happened after that?
After?
After you finished talking with your dad. I'm sorry.
Oh, at that point I'd asked if Nicole's mother knew. And he said, no, do you know how to get in touch with her?
Okay, now when you said you asked that, who did you ask that of?
To Lang.
All right. And when he asked you whether or not you knew how to get in touch with her, what did you say?
I said yes.
All right, and then what happened at that time, if anything?
I had called Judy Brown.
All right. You knew you had her number.
Yes.
All right. Had any of the detectives at that point asked you at all about the Browns at all?
No.
All right. You the first one to bring that up.
Yes.
All right. And after you brought it up, you then got Miss Judy Brown on the phone?
Yes.
And did you talk to her or try to talk with her?
Yes.
Describe for us what you did and what you said at that point.
I called Judy and I said, Judy, I have some really bad news for you. And I attempted to tell and I started crying and I gave the phone over to Lang.
All right. So you couldn't complete this conversation.
No.
You were still distraught. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So you then handed the phone back to the detective, and did you hear his conversation to Miss Judy Brown?
I was too emotional then. I wasn't really listening to what he was saying.
All right. But at any rate, you knew they had a conversation. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. This all took place in the kitchen area that's described, you've been describing for us?
Yes.
All right. You're still in the kitchen area?
Yes.
Now, during this time frame, have you seen any of the other officers? You've described for us, I think, Lang and Phillips and you being in the kitchen area. Have you seen any other detectives inside the house at this time?
No.
All right. Then at some point, the conversation with Miss Judy Brown, Juditha Brown rather, did that conversation conclude?
Yes.
And then what happened after that?
Then the detective told me that I needed to go pick up Justin and Sydney, that they were at the police station.
And your two minor siblings, is that right?
Yes.
And after you were told that, what did you do, if anything?
I told the detective that I couldn't go do this by myself, that I had to call somebody to help me.
All right. And did you call somebody then or at some later time?
I called at later time.
Okay. Now, how were you dressed when you were in the kitchen area? How were you attired at that point?
I had on pajamas.
All right. This is because you just got up,
Yes.
right? Okay. Did you remain in the kitchen after they had indicated you should pick up your brother and sister?
No.
All right. Where did you go, if you recall?
I went to go into my room, and the phone rang then.
Went back to your room?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got there, the phone rang?
Yes, but it was on my way to the room, to my room.
All right. Did you answer the phone?
Yes.
And who was it?
My father.
All right. Did your father call back?
Yes.
And then you had this would be a second conversation with him?
Yes.
All right. You can't tell us what was said, but how did he appear to you during this conversation? What was his demeanor?
He was very upset. He was crying. He was saying, Arnell, I don't understand.
You can't tell us what.
Sorry.
Okay,
He was
sorry.
saying, he was very upset and emotional.
All right. Had you ever, at any time in your then 25 years, heard your father sound like that?
No.
This conversation, where did you take that phone? Where did you take that to have that conversation?
I had the conversation in the TV room.
All right, and the TV room is a room that's, we've been to the residence, it's off the, well, you tell us, where's the TV room?
That would be somewhere around here.
All right, Grant, she's pointing to the center of the area of the house, to the right of the area marked entrance. It's in a line where you come in the front door, but further back in the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that a room that has like 3 TVs in a wall?
Yes.
All right.
All right, Mr. Cochran, let me see you and Mr. Clark for just a moment without the court reporter, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Cochran, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're talking about describing the 3 TVs in the TV room.
Thank you, Your Honor. The conversation, the second conversation you had with your dad was in the TV room. Is there a phone therein?
Yes.
Okay, and you were on your way back to your room when the phone rang and you then picked it up?
Yes.
All right. You describe his demeanor. Now, you can't tell us what he said, but what did you tell your dad at that time with regard to what the police had told you?
Sustained.
Let me ask you another way. Did you say something to your dad during this conversation?
Yes.
And in the course of talking to your dad, did you tell your dad let me finish the question. Did you tell your dad what the police had told you? You said yes or no.
Yes.
And you can't tell us what he said. Did you tell him everything the police had told you?
Yes.
And after you finished talking with your dad and telling him what the police had told you, he was upset and distraught as you described?
Yes.
All right. Now, how long did this conversation last? The second conversation with your dad?
It was 5 to 10 minutes.
And on this occasion, did he talk to any detectives at all, if you know?
No.
Did he remain distraught throughout the entire conversation?
Yes.
Were you able to ascertain during that conversation when your dad was coming home?
No.
You knew he was out of town at that point?
Yes.
All right. Did you become aware at some point that he was coming home immediately?
Yes.
And when was that?
Later on in that morning.
All right. All right, so then after this conversation with your dad, the second one, that conversation was concluded at some point, is that right?
Yes.
And where did you next go?
I went into my room to change, and I made some phone calls.
All right. So you went back to your room.
Yes.
And did you change clothes?
Yes.
All right. And who did you call at that point?
I called AC, Al Collins. I called my mother. I called my brother, and I called a friend.
All right. And these calls you all made from your room, is that correct?
Yes.
That was your phone?
Yes.
When you talked to your dad this second time, had the subject matter of the children and their whereabouts, had that come up at all?
Yes.
So the two of you talked about that?
Yes.
Again, with regard to the children, did you share with your dad what the police had told you about the location of the children?
Yes.
Did you tell your dad that you were going to get the kids?
Yes.
And so when you went back to your room, you made these phone calls you've described for us, is that right?
Yes.
And you mentioned calling a Mr. Cowlings, is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you call him?
Because I wanted him to go with me to go pick up Justin and Sydney.
All right. Did you talk to your brother Jason?
Yes.
And you mentioned talking to a friend named Jonah? Did you mention
No.
talking to a friend? at that
Yes.
point? All right. Now, at some point after you finished these conversations, you were dressed. What happened after that?
I came back inside the house, and at that time, AC was on his way in. AC spoke with two of the detectives, and then the detectives told AC where the kids were, and then him and I went to go pick up Sydney and Justin.
All right. So now that we're clear, AC is Mr. Alan Cowlings that you described for us. is that
Yes.
correct? And he did arrive. And about what time was it that he arrived in the early morning hours?
Had to have been around 6:30, a quarter to 7.
All right. In the best of your recollection, what time had the police first come to your door, if you know?
Between 5 and 5:30
A.M.
a.m.
Now, when you left the kitchen area on the way through the family room area and had the second conversation with your dad, did you see any other police officers in the house at that time?
No.
When you went back to your room, did you see any police officers outside at that point?
Yes.
And describe for the jury what you saw and where they were located.
I saw Furman and Cato
Where were they?
standing a little bit further from the room that Cato was staying in.
In which direction, Ms. Simpson? You can step all the way down if you need.
Right around here.
She's now indicating an area, Your Honor, near the stairs or near the area depicting the stairs, partially in the patio area.
Appears to be the southernmost portion of the pool patio area.
Yes. And they were standing at that location?
Yes.
They still appear to be talking?
Yes.
They were still outside, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Did you see Detective Van Adder?
No.
All right. When you left out of the house, did you leave Lang and Phillips inside your father's house?
Yes.
Was there anybody else at home at that time?
No.
All right. And how long were you out in your room getting ready and making these phone calls?
10 to 15 minutes.
And after you gotten dressed and finished the phone calls, you came back inside the house?
Yes.
And what route did you take coming back into the house, if you recall?
Through the back door.
All right. And had you opened that back door yourself when you went out?
Yes.
After you'd finished the conversation with your dad in the family room, you went out through the back door.
Yes.
Can you point on the diagram again, people 66, where that back door is? All right. She's indicating, Your Honor, again on the easternmost part of the residence, an area which I presume appears to be a door leading from the residence.
Yes.
And so at that point, there were only two officers left in the house at your
Yes.
home. All right. Now, after you finished and you came back in after 10 or 15 minutes, where did you go when before you met Mr. A.C. Cowlings?
Back to the kitchen.
Went back in the kitchen area?
Yes.
When you got back there, who was present?
Nobody was in the kitchen.
All right. Where were the detectives at that point, if you know?
I didn't know.
All right. You just went back in the kitchen by yourself at this point?
Yes.
Did you see Lang?
No.
Did you see Phillips?
No.
Where was Furman at that point, if you know?
In the back speaking with Cato.
Still in that same area that you described him?
Yes.
Where was Van Adder at that point?
I don't know.
All right. And then, how long did you stay in the kitchen before you became aware of Mr. Cowlings' presence?
Very shortly right after that,
He appeared,
in the kitchen.
and you saw him in the kitchen.
Yes.
All right. Did you go and find a detective at that point? Or did a detective
No.
come in there?
No.
What happened?
One of the detectives came back inside the kitchen.
Okay, do you remember which one it was? Can you describe it?
I believe it was Lang.
All right. And when he came back in, was there a brief conversation between Detective Lang and Mr. A.C. Collins?
Yes.
All right. Does the subject matter of that conversation deal with picking up the children?
Yes.
All right. And then how much time passed before you left the Rockingham residence that morning to go and try to pick up your brother and sister?
Between 15 and 20 minutes.
All right. About what time was it then by now that you were about ready to leave?
It had to have been around 7 o'clock, 7:15.
Again, these are your best estimates?
Yes.
All right. Did you and Mr. Collins leave at that point?
Yes.
And did you go to the police station?
Yes.
And did you arrange to pick up the children?
Yes.
You did pick them up.
Yes.
After you picked the children up, what did you do then?
We went back to 360 North Rockingham.
To your home, Rockingham?
Yes.
Gotta keep your voice up.
Thanks.
Okay. So, do you know about what time it was that you actually left Rockingham to go pick up the children?
It had to have been around 7 o'clock, maybe 7:15.
All right. Now, when you left, you've already described for us that the housekeeper was not there at that point. Is that right?
No.
Was there any other adult other than Cato Kalin in and around 360 North Rockingham at the time that you left, other than the police officers?
No.
And when you left, were there 4 police officers there, Mr. Cato Kalin was somewhere around there. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you see the 4 detectives and where they were when you left?
No.
So now you return back to Rockingham. About what time is it now?
Between 7:15 and 7:30.
All right. And when you come back, is it you and the children and Mr. Collins?
Yes.
All right. And where do you go when you come back in?
To the kitchen.
And do you see anybody inside the kitchen?
No.
All right. Do you see the detectives when you get back?
Not right away, no.
All right. At some point after you get there, do you see some or all of them?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us when you first observe a detective or detectives after your return from picking up the children at the police station.
I was in the kitchen, and one of the detectives have come through the kitchen.
All right. You're in there with the children
Yes.
and with AC Collins?
Yes.
All right. Which detective was it, if you recall?
I don't recall.
All right. Was one of them?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have some conversation with him?
No.
All right. Did you see other detectives while you were back in your kitchen?
Yes.
And when was that?
In the period that I was trying to entertain the kids.
All right. You were trying to keep the children occupied, were you?
Yes.
And what were you doing?
Sydney had fallen asleep on the couch, and Justin was playing Nintendo, so I was playing with him.
There'd been no mention of the tragedy that had happened, obviously.
No.
All right. So, what happened after that as you tried to entertain Justin?
One of the detectives, I don't recall which one it was, told us that we had to leave the house.
Had to leave your own house?
Yes.
All right. You don't recall which one it was?
No.
Where were you when he told you had to leave?
In the kitchen.
And when you were told that, what'd you do at that time, if anything?
At that point, I went to speak with AC,
All right. He
Mr.
was-
Collins.
Okay. Mr. Collins was somewhere in the house?
Yes.
All right. And did you have a conversation with him?
Yes.
Where did you have that conversation?
In the kitchen.
After that, was some decision made with regard to the children?
Yes.
Had you, at some point that morning, received a call from Miss Juditha Brown?
Yes.
She called you back?
Yes.
And when was that?
After we had picked up the kids and during the period that we were just in the kitchen.
So you were back at the location?
Yes.
And she called?
Yes.
You talked to her on the phone?
Yes.
Did the subject matter of the children come up during that conversation?
Yes.
And there was a conversation with you and Juditha Brown?
Yes.
At some point that morning, was a decision made to transport the children out to Juditha Brown's home in Orange County?
Yes.
And who was to do that?
Mr. Collins.
All right. Did he do that at some point?
Yes.
Was this after the police had said you had to leave the house?
Yes.
So he then left, is that right?
Yes.
When you got back home from the police station and picking up the children, did you see Cato Kalin at that point?
Yes.
And where was he?
He was in the bar area.
The bar area is generally where, and you might use the diagram again and use your pointer as make it in relation to the TV room that we just previously described and the kitchen. All right, sure. She's again indicating an area in the southernmost portion of the residence area, the bar area, not far from where that door is that you go out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And what was Mr. Kalin doing as he was seated in that bar area, if you recall?
Speaking with a detective.
Which detective was he speaking with, if you recall?
I believe it was Van Anner.
All right. Did you hear what they were saying?
No.
All right. So Mr. Collins leaves with the children. You're there now, and Cato's there. Is that right?
Yes.
And the 4 detectives are still somewhere around there. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What happens after that?
AC took the kids and took them to Laguna, and I went into my room.
You went back to your room?
Yes.
Okay. And once you got to your room, what'd you do then, if anything?
I was gathering my things, and the phone rang.
All right. You got another phone call?
Yes.
All right. Was your brother Jason there by this time?
No.
Was it your brother on the phone?
No.
Who called you then?
My father.
All right. And you talked to your father again?
Yes.
This would be the 3rd conversation with your dad that morning. Is that right?
Yes.
And again, you can't tell us about that conversation, but in talking to your father and hearing his voice, would you describe for the court and jury again his demeanor, how he seemed and how he appeared to you at that point?
Upset, out of control, distraught, emotional.
Had you ever in your life ever heard him like that before?
No.
Again, without telling us about that conversation, did the subject matter of that conversation concern when he was coming back to California?
Yes.
Is that when you found out when he was coming back?
Yes.
Did you ascertain he'd be coming back as soon as possible?
Yes.
On that date, June 13th?
Yes.
Was in that conversation that you found that out?
Yes.
How long did that conversation last?
5 to 10 minutes.
Were you able to tell him during that conversation anything with regards to the kids, the children, because you now have the children, right?
Yes.
Did that subject matter come up?
Yes.
And would I be correct in assuming that in that conversation, he was still in Chicago, was he?
Yes.
Your dad? Was anyone else present during that conversation other than you?
No.
Now, after that conversation, did you then get ready to leave the premises?
Yes.
Had you made some arrangements of some place to go?
Yes.
All right. And by what time was it by now, if you recall? Your best recollection.
7:45, 8 o'clock.
All right. And what happened after that? Did you then leave the premises in your own car?
No.
Okay. Did somebody come and pick you up or take you?
Yes.
Somebody else came then.
Yes.
And who was that?
My brother Jason.
All right, and that's the gentleman we described earlier. That's your sibling, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you are the oldest of the children?
Yes.
Okay, and he's next in line to you,
Yes.
right? He came, and did he come in the house also?
No.
You went outside the way he was?
Yes.
He did not come inside?
No.
And with regard to your car, did you try to take your car?
Yes.
And what happened when you said
They
you wanted to take your
told
car?
me that I wasn't allowed to take my car.
So although you had to leave, you couldn't take your car, is that right?
No.
So how did you finally leave the premises?
With my brother Jason.
So when Jason came, he was able to take you someplace, is that correct?
Yes.
And where did you go?
I went over to a friend's house.
And how long did you stay at this friend's house, if you recall?
The majority of the day.
Now, did there come a time when you had occasion to also speak with your mother, Miss Marguerite Thomas, on that date?
Yes.
Did you talk to her at all while you were still at the Rockingham residence?
Yes.
And where were you when you talked to her and made that call?
In my room,
All right. Was that just before you left or at some earlier time?
some earlier time.
Was the time before you went to get the children?
Yes,
All right. You told her what had happened?
yes,
Did you have occasion to talk to her later on when you went to your friend's house?
yes.
Did you stay at your friend's house pretty much all day?
Overruled. Well, then you need to object in a timely manner. Proceed.
Tell us what you did after you were at your friend's house.
I was at my friend's house the majority of the day. I had called Kathy at some point. I fell asleep, woke up. I was watching TV, just talking, crying.
All right. So you spent, how long did you stay at your friend's house, if you recall?
Until about 5:36.
Did the police, when the police told you you had to leave your house, did they tell you when you could come back home?
No,
So later in the evening, after 5:30, did you find out whether or not you could come back home?
yes,
All right. Was it after then that you left your friend's house, and did you then come back to the Rockingham residence?
yes.
And to the best of your recollection, Ms. Simpson, what time was it when you got back to Rockingham?
Around 6 o'clock, between 5:30 and 6 o'clock.
5:30 and 6 o'clock on Monday, June 13th, is that correct?
Yes,
And so we have the time context. You had left at about what time in the morning to leave to go to your friend's house?
between 8 and 8:30.
All right? Before you came back to the house at 5:30 or 6 o'clock in the evening, had you become aware that your dad was back in town?
Yes,
Sustained.
Did you become aware that your dad was back in town?
Overruled.
yes.
And how did you become aware of that?
Through TV.
You saw it on TV.
Yes.
What did you see on TV?
Overruled.
I saw my father walking into the house.
And so when you saw that, you knew he was back, is that right?
Yes.
Did you have occasion that day or that afternoon to have still another conversation with your dad before you went back to Rockingham?
Yes.
Where was he at that time, if you know, at the time of this conversation?
He was at his office
That's whereabouts is that office?
in Brentwood off of San Vicente.
And during that conversation, again, you can't tell us about the content of that conversation, but with regard to his demeanor, can you describe how he appeared to you as you talked to him on the phone during this conversation, in the afternoon hours, I guess, of June 13th, 1994?
He was very quiet. Just still upset, but just there weren't a lot of words said on his part, but on my part, he was just very emotional.
All right. Had you ever seen him so emotional before?
No.
Conversation.
Never.
All right. And after that conversation, about what time was that conversation?
Between 4 and 5.
All right. After that conversation, within an hour or so, you came back home, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that he would be coming home at around that time?
Yes.
And was that based upon some discussions you had had with him?
Sustained.
Okay. Did you know what time your dad was going to be coming back home?
Yes.
And did you try to time your arrival so you get back about the same time he did?
Sustained.
All right. How did you time your arrival and getting back home?
To what was said through our conversation.
All right. Okay, I want you to describe for the court and jury again what you saw when you arrived back in Rockingham now.
There were a lot of police cars, media, a lot of commotion, just a lot of people in front and inside the house, in the grounds of the house.
All right. Now, when you left in the morning hours, sometime maybe at around 8 or shortly after 8 o'clock, did you see many police cars around at that point, if you recall?
Yes.
How many, do you have an estimate? Can you think back and give us an estimate how many police cars you saw even as early as 8 o'clock in the morning?
Overruled.
1 or 2.
All right. Characterize that with the number you saw when you came back 5:30 or after 5:30 in the evening?
There had to be more, like 4 or 5.
All right. Were you allowed to come on the premises at that time?
No.
When you got there, tell us what happened.
When I got there, I attempted to go through the gate, and the police officer told me that I wasn't allowed to go in, and that he would find out when I could go in.
It's a uniformed police officer?
Yes.
All right. Then what happened after that?
He left and then came back, and he told me I could go in.
All right, so then you came inside the residence?
Yes.
And where'd you go at that point?
I went into the house. I went into the kitchen, and then into the TV room.
All right, now when you got inside the TV room, did you see some people therein?
Yes.
Okay, and now, so we're clear, what time was this approximately?
6:30.
All right, and when you got in there in the TV room, which you previously described, would you describe for the jury again whom you saw there?
I saw my father. I saw my grandmother, my Aunt Shirley, and some of my dad's friends.
All right, and your Aunt Shirley is your brother's sister?
Yes.
Is that correct? She stepped out of the courtroom now.
Yes.
And your grandmother is whom? Miss Eunice Simpson?
Yes.
And you saw some friends in and around there?
Yes.
Now, this is the first time you saw your dad, is that right, that day?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury how your dad appeared to you when you saw him, ma'am?
He was very motionless. He was numb. He was quiet, just sitting on the couch. He was holding my grandmother's hand. I walked over to him and I hugged him and I asked him if he was okay. And he just kind of looked at me, and I was just trying to comfort him because I didn't know what else to do.
It's a tough time for you.
Yeah.
You're sitting on the couch close to his mother?
Yeah.
They were holding hands?
Yes.
Was he talking to his mother at all?
Yes.
Where were these friends of his at that point, if you recall?
Sitting around in the TV room and over at the bar area.
And where was Miss Shirley Baker, his sister?
She was in the TV room too.
Were the TVs on at that point?
Yes.
Now, after you got there, were there other friends who came by after your arrival? Did somebody arrive after, or friends arrive after you got there?
Yes.
Do you remember any of the names of anybody who came by that evening?
Joe Stellini, Ron Ship, Ron Fishman, my aunt Carmelita.
That's Carmelita Durio,
Yes.
and she arrived at some point.
Yes.
All right. Anybody else?
I believe that's it.
Do you remember at some point that evening that Carmelita's husband came?
Yes.
What's his name?
Charles.
All right. And what about your Aunt Shirley's husband? Was he there at any time?
Yes.
And what's his name?
Benny.
At some point that evening, did you see them?
Yes.
So many of the family members came, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing Ron Ship there?
Yes.
And I want you to describe for the court and jury, did you know Ron Ship before this time?
Yes.
How did you know him?
Through my father, he would come by the house periodically.
When he came by the house, what would you see him doing, if anything?
Playing tennis or in the jacuzzi.
All right. Now, you saw him this particular evening?
Yes.
And when you saw him, what was he doing, if anything?
He was sitting at the bar.
And was he doing anything at the bar while sitting there?
Yes.
What was that?
He was having a drink.
All right. Did you see him have one drink or more than one drink or what?
I saw him have at least one drink,
All right. What was he drinking, if you recall?
a beer.
Did you talk to him at all?
Yes.
You had a conversation with him?
A short conversation with him.
What did he say
Yes.
to you, if anything?
He just came over to comfort me.
All right. And did you say much to him or anything to him?
Just, thank you, and we're going to get through this. How are you doing?
All right. Now, Did he remain at all times in the same area that you saw him in when you first saw him that evening?
Yes.
And where was that?
The bar area?
All right. That's a little bit off the area where the family room is that correct?
Yes.
Now, did you continue to stay in the family room with the rest of the family?
Off and on, yes.
With regard to Ship, did you ever see him leave or move from that area while you were still there, the area of the bar?
No.
He remained there.
Yes.
And how long, from the first time you saw him to the time you last saw him that evening, did he remain in the bar area?
Maybe a little more, an hour. Maybe a little over an hour.
Do you know if he had been drinking when he arrived there that day?
No.
Were you able to tell whether or not he appeared intoxicated or not intoxicated, or how did he appear?
I couldn't say.
All right. You just saw him with the one beer, is that right?
Yes.
Now, was he a close friend of your father, if you know?
Yeah.
And was he somebody you'd seen over there?
Sometimes, yes.
Now, had you seen him over at the house within the week or so previous to this, Mr. Ship?
Yes.
He'd never been out to dinner with your dad, though, had he?
Not to my knowledge, no.
If you know. So. Now, with regard to this time that you'd seen him over at the house before that, describe what you saw him doing, if anything. This in the week before
Yes.
this incident? What did you observe, if anything?
He was playing tennis, and then later on in that evening, he was in the jacuzzi.
Was he with anybody else in the jacuzzi? Was anybody else in the jacuzzi with him?
Yes.
Who was that?
A lady.
Describe her for us.
She was tall, blonde, like dirty blonde.
And now describe for us, when, was this in the evening?
Yes.
And what was he, they were just sitting in the jacuzzi?
Yeah.
Was he drinking at all at that point?
Yes.
What was he drinking, if you know?
A beer.
Did you talk to him at that point?
Yes.
How close did you get to him and this particular lady?
I was standing right over the jacuzzi.
And you had a conversation?
Yes.
Were you able to ascertain whether or not he appeared to be intoxicated at that point?
No.
All right, this conversation that you had with him, how long did it last?
5 minutes?
Did you talk to the lady?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not your father was home at that time when he was using the jacuzzi with this lady?
Yes.
Was your father at home?
Yes.
Did you ever see your father out there in the jacuzzi area where he was?
No.
Have just a moment, Chair.
Second.
Now, going back to the family room where everybody was gathered after you came back in the house, how long did you stay in the family room before you had occasion to go some other place, if you recall?
Maybe 20 minutes?
And by what time was it? Would it be by that time? What time would it be?
Between 7:30 and 8.
And then where'd you go?
To my room, to the kitchen.
All right. So you'd go in other parts of the house.
Yes.
Then would you come back in?
Yes.
All right. And so off and on, you leave the room and you come back in. Is that right?
Yes.
And what time did you last see your dad that evening? If you know approximately what time was it?
After 8 o'clock.
And when you saw him the last time, did he leave the room or did you leave the room?
He left the room.
You were still there when he left the room?
Yes.
And you described for us before that he'd been seated on the couch holding his mother's hand,
Yes.
right? When you came back in at a time before he left the room, where was he seated and who was he seated with at that time?
He was seated with my grandmother, my Aunt Shirley, Bob Kardashian was there, and some of his friends were coming and going at that time.
So he's still basically in the family room, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to his demeanor and how he appeared, did he describe again for the jury how he appeared as before he left the room to go some other place? How did he appear to you then?
He was just very upset. He was crying off and on. We were watching the news, and he kept talking to the TV, saying, I can't believe this.
Sustained.
Sorry.
Can't tell us what he said to the TV.
Sorry.
But would he make statements?
Yes.
You could hear those statements?
Yes.
Describe his demeanor as he made those statements.
In shock, upset, in disbelief, just emotional, just
And again, have you ever seen him this way before in your life?
no.
All right. So you saw him in this condition, and tell us what occurred when he prepared to leave at that point.
He was tired, and it was suggested that he go upstairs and lie down.
All right. And when he left the room, did he leave with anyone at that point?
Yes.
And who did he leave with at that point?
Bob Kardashian.
All right. You saw he and Bob leave?
Yes.
Did you see either one of your aunts go with them?
Yes.
And which aunt went with them?
My Aunt Shirley.
All right. And as they left the room, in which direction did they go?
Towards the front of the house.
All right. Did you go with them at that point?
No.
All right. So you saw Kardashian and your Aunt Shirley leave, and they left out of your sight. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Are-
Yes.
Yes. Sorry.
Are the bedrooms of that house located upstairs, up some stairs?
Yes.
Is the carpet very, very light, almost white at that time?
Sustained.
At that date, back on June 13th, 1994, what color was the carpeting on the stairs and going up the stairs into your father's bedroom?
White.
And the carpet in his bedroom was what color?
Like an off-white.
You came in that doorway that morning, let those police officers in after turning the alarm off. Did you ever see any blood spots in the foyer area of that residence?
No.
You were out and around the driveway area that day, were you?
Yes.
Did you ever see any blood spots in the driveway area?
No.
So, did you remain in the family room after your father had left?
No.
Where did you go?
I was in and out the house, my room, the kitchen, upstairs.
All right. You were there when your father left, and then you had occasion to leave that area yourself, is that right?
Yes.
When you, after your father left and with your aunt and with Bob Kardashian, was Ron Ship still in in that bar area?
Yes.
You still had a beer before him at that point?
I believe so.
You were still there?
Pardon
You were
me?
still downstairs there?
Yes.
Did you ever see him leave?
No.
So he was still there when you left, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, ultimately that night, did you go back to your room?
Yes.
You know about what time that was?
Around between 10 and 11.
And before going to your room, did you have occasion to ever go upstairs to your dad's room that night at all?
Yes.
And when was that you went upstairs to your dad's room?
Shortly after he had gone upstairs, and then before I went to my room.
You went up to see your dad?
Yes.
When you got upstairs, describe for the court and jury what you saw when you got upstairs.
He was lying down, and my Aunt Shirley was putting a face towel, cold face towel, over his forehead.
And he was lying in his bed?
Yes,
So you saw Miss Shirley Baker in the bedroom?
yes.
All right. You see anyone else up there at that point?
My Uncle Benny, Ron Fishman,
Is he a doctor?
yes.
All right. And your Uncle Benny is married to... You'd asked me if I had any other questions, and I told you that I might have a couple. I have really only two areas of questions, be very short, I believe. And then we would get to the question of the 402 hearing, which would encompass the letter from Nicole Brown Simpson and also whether or not there's a state of mind exception for any statements made by Mr. Simpson when he was either watching television or during those conversations. Professor Ullman will be handling those aspects.
All right, let's handle those now.
All right, do you want to do that now?
Yes.
Very well, and then go back to the other questions.
We need to get Mr. Gordon down to handle the 402 hearing.
I could ask those other questions.
My understanding, we were going to do this at 1:30.
It was mine too, Your Honor.
I wasn't confused.
My understanding.
Matter of fact, P's and A's just a short while ago. I'm not sure whether the file these or not. The 402 issue.
Two 402 issues, yes.
And one of those issues relates to the watching of television.
Yes.
Ms. Clark can handle that part of it.
All right, Mr. Ullman, do you want to address the state of mind issue regarding comments made by the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor. We would contend that this would come within Section 1250 of the Evidence Code as evidence of a statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, or physical sensation. This evidence is offered to prove Mr. Simpson's state of mind, and we believe on that basis alone, simply the exclamations made indicating what his state of mind was at the time these events were taking place would come within that hearsay exception.
Ms. Clark?
Yes, as I've already indicated at sidebar, Your Honor, these purported statements fit no aspect of the evidence code under Section 1240. There's no foundation laid. Number one, though, as I indicated to the court, I don't see how a foundation could ever be laid. We have to remember that at the point in time that the witnesses are discussing the fact that he's at Rockingham watching the television and making exclamations, he has already been interrogated by the police, had his photograph
Ms.
taken.
Clark, forgive me for interrupting you, but I understood Mr. Ullman's argument to be under the rubric of 1250 state of mind, not spontaneous declaration of 1240.
Oh, excuse me, and under 1250 is even more so under 1250. 1250 explicitly states that there has to be an aspect of trustworthiness to the statement, and that foundation could never be laid. With respect to the defendant's existing mental or physical state, there has not been proffered any mental defense in this case. It's an alibi. And 1250 is most appropriately applied in cases where you have some kind of mental condition offered by way of a defense, which makes it an issue. The defendant's demeanor is one thing, but a 1250 exception allowing for the admission of hearsay is a quite different thing, for which certain foundation has to be laid. With respect to the very first number one under that section, the evidence has to be offered to prove the declarant's state of mind, emotion, or physical sensation when it is itself an issue in the action. The defendant's state of mind, emotion, or physical condition or sensation is not itself an issue in the action. We are talking, the defense wants to proffer this evidence to show the defendant's demeanor circumstantially, proving that he could not behave in that manner if he had actually just murdered his wife and Ron Goldman. That's a different situation than his state of mind being in issue in the action. It is not within the meaning of this code section. And it's not offered to prove or explain acts or conduct of the declarant in this case, because there is no act or conduct at the time of watching the television that requires explanation or elucidation. And furthermore, the foundational aspect of trustworthiness is missing. We have the defendant surrounded by friends and family watching television reports that clearly appear to be describing evidence that's very incriminating, very inculpatory in nature. What is he going to do if he intends to get away with this? Say, they got me? You know, not if he's intending to get away with it. So obviously he's going to say, I can't believe it. I can't believe they're saying this. How could they possibly say this about me? So you have neither the indicia of trustworthiness, nor do you have the appropriate situation to allow it. The defendant's state of mind is not an issue in the action until such time as the defense intends to proffer a mental defense. So the people would submit that this code section is inapplicable to the instant case.
All right. Mr. Allman, do you have any brief response to that?
Yes, Your Honor. This really just goes to the basic principle of demeanor evidence. Who else is a defendant going to be surrounded with at a time when he has just learned of his wife's death other than friends and family? Those friends and family are themselves going to come to the witness stand and describe their impressions of his demeanor at this time. And certainly an alternative way of showing that demeanor is to show the statements that he made at that particular time about his state of mind, emotion, or physical sensation. So in every respect, this state of mind is relevant at this point, and the hearsay exception clearly applies. All we are asking for are statements of his state of mind, emotion, or physical sensation at that time, that is, at the very time these statements are made.
What statements?
The statements of how he is feeling and reacting to the news reports of his wife's death.
All right. Thank you. All right, the objection, as indicated previously in our discussions at sidebar, indicated I felt that there was a lack of foundation under either 1240 or 1250 for these statements. The argument is now couched under 1250 state of mind. A state of mind at that particular point in time is not a particularly relevant issue. I agree that there's another problem. We don't know what the specific news report that is being reacted to, so the context of the statement alleged to have been made by the defendant is quite unclear. I don't see the indicia of truthfulness necessarily there because of that failure. And also, given the vague nature of this particular statement by the television newscasts, I find it too amorphous to have a clear idea of what's being responded to. I think it's would be a undue use of the court's time, so I'll sustain the objection also under 352. All right, other issue, the statement, letter. Mr. Ullman.
Let me start with a detailed offer of proof, Your Honor, and then indicate the theory under which we believe this is admissible. We have, and I believe it has been lodged with the court, a document consisting of 5 pages, handwritten letter, which we believe we can establish was written by Nicole Brown Simpson to O.J. Simpson and delivered to him along with some videotapes of their wedding and family videotapes in March of 1993. Now, the relevance of this, of course, takes us back to the ruling of the court with respect to all of the previous incidents in the relationship between O.J. Simpson and Nicole Brown Simpson that this court heard evidence as to prior to trial, made a pretrial ruling, and then those incidents were admitted. And those incidents included altercations going back to 1985. They included 2 incidents resulting in 911 calls, one of which took place in 1989, the other of which took place in October of 1993. And then intervening during this time was a divorce of the parties in January of 1992. Now, the theory under which the prosecution is offering all of these prior incidents is that they are relevant to show Mr. Simpson's state of mind, to show motive, to show intent, to show plan, and finally to show the identity of the perpetrator of this murder. And what the prosecutor wants is for the jury to draw from these incidents some inference that Mr. Simpson was obsessed with jealousy over his wife. As I believe Mr. Darden put it in his opening statement, that he couldn't stand the thought of losing her, that he was obsessed with controlling her. So now comes the defense turns to rebut this evidence. And we are going to rebut it by showing there was not a motive, and there was no intent, that there was no plan, that the inferences that the prosecution wants to draw from all of this evidence simply are not true and should not be drawn by the jury. And there are a number of ways in which we can go about producing rebuttal evidence in this regard. This is one of them. We are offering this letter, really, as a verbal act to show that the resumption of the relationship between Nicole Brown Simpson and Mr. Simpson was initiated by Mrs. Simpson. That what was going on here was not some sort of obsessive effort to control his former wife, but that she initiated a trial period in which they would resume their relationship. Now, we are not offering this letter for the truth of its contents. I think that's important to bear in mind. We, frankly, make no offer at all with respect to the sincerity or the truth of any of the representations made in this letter. The reason we want to offer this letter is to show the impact, the effect that it had on the mind of the recipient, that is, Mr. Simpson. And we will show that after he received this letter, he sought to be counseled by both his mother, his daughter. He showed them the letter. They talked about it, and the relationship was resumed on a very tentative kind of try-it-out basis. And this letter explains why that took place. In that respect, it is very important evidence for the defense to rebut the inferences that the prosecution is seeking to draw from all of the prior incidents that were admitted. And I remind Your Honor, when you admitted those prior incidents, you said these are not coming in as evidence of character of Mr. Simpson. They are only being admitted to show motive, intent, plan, and identity. So what the prosecution wants to do with these incidents is kind of draw them all together into some sort of escalating progression of events that ultimately led to the act of murder. And we are entitled, we believe, to show that that's not the progression of events that actually took place at all. That, in fact, these incidents were interrupted by other contacts, and that in reaction to one of those contacts, in response to the receipt of this letter, Mr. Simpson resumed a relationship with his wife in March of 1993. In March of 1993, 4 months.
Mr. Ullman, if I follow that argument, then wouldn't I also have to revisit my ruling on the sojourn statement where 5 days before the incident, Nicole Brown says to a domestic violence counselor, my ex-husband is stalking me and he says he's going to kill me? Should I let that in too?
No, absolutely not, because that...
Well, then what's the difference between these two?
That is not relevant to the defendant's state of mind. What we're talking about here is Mr. Simpson's state of mind. We're talking about Mr. Simpson's motive, Mr. Simpson's intent, Mr. Simpson's plan. And only statements that were made to Mr. Simpson would be relevant to show his state of mind in response to or in reaction to those statements. And that's the reason. Again, we're saying we're not offering this letter for the truth of what is asserted in the letter. That's the reason it's not hearsay. It is being offered essentially as a verbal act to show and explain the response and reaction of Mr. Simpson to that verbal act. It can be authenticated through the witnesses that we propose to question about it, it's an undated letter. They can fix the time at which this letter was received. They can identify the handwriting in which the letter was written. And based on when the letter was received, we believe can explain the subsequent conduct of Mr. Simpson. And that's what we're all about here, to explain his conduct, to show that there is an explanation other than the inferences that the prosecution wants to draw from all of these prior incidents coming into evidence. The inference that it shows a motive, it shows intent, it shows a plan. And we believe we're entitled to show just the opposite, to rebut that, to show that inference should not be drawn, to show that another inference should be drawn with respect to the nature of this relationship. There's no problem, of course, with Your Honor giving a limiting instruction. Just as when you admitted the prior incidents, you told the jury, these are coming in for the limited purpose of showing motive, purpose, and when we let this letter in, we can say, ladies and gentlemen, this is not being admitted for the truth of what's asserted. It is being admitted simply to show the impact that it had on the recipient, and this evidence is simply to rebut any inference of motive, intent, or plan. It is not offered as evidence of Mr. Simpson's character and should not be considered for that purpose.
All right. Mr. Ullman, do you have any case authority that deals with a similar situation?
Well, in response to the inquiry this morning from Mr. Gordon, I did make an effort to locate a couple of cases dealing precisely with the right of the defense to negate motive. That is, just as the prosecution can offer evidence of motive, the defense is entitled to offer evidence of absence of motive, and there are a couple cases where courts have held that it was error to exclude such evidence. Those cases include People v. Smith, 204 Calap 2nd, 797, a 1962 case, and People v. Weatherford, 27 Cal 2nd, 401 at 423, a 1945 case.
All right. Thank you, counsel. Mr. Gordon.
Afternoon, Your Honor. A couple of issues, and I think the court cited, or question identified, I think, one of the most major issues here. When we filed our initial motion, or our response to the defendant's motion to exclude evidence with regard to domestic violence, we detailed for the court and for counsel a number of incidents, statements, evidence we had. And during the litigation of that motion, we went through and indicated that we were only seeking to introduce a certain number of these under this 1101 / prior conduct type theory. The other ones we indicated to the court and to counsel basically were there so everyone had notice on and may well come back and be revisited upon if an effort exactly as the one such as this occurs. That there are many doors that can be opened, especially when we're dealing with states of mind within a relationship. And our concern with this letter are a couple. One is foundational. We have an undated letter coming in, not, from I understand the proffer, not to the recipient, not to the person who got it, not to the person who's supposedly going to indicate what state of mind they may or may not have. That's one problem, to bring a third party to talk about a letter.
But don't I have to assume, though, that there's probably going to be a foundation for this. We've seen Ms. Brown Simpson's handwriting before. This appears to be similar. The two videotapes were taken in the course of the search warrant. We've seen them. We know what they are. We can assume that these are the two videotapes that they're talking about in this letter, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I assume that the defense at some point in time can lay those foundations.
That element as to foundation, correct, as to authenticating the letter that this is in Ms. Brown's handwriting, accompany these photographs, that's in the photograph that. That second part of foundation, to hear Mr. Ullman's argument that something happened in response to this, or that this caused some action, or that the words within that letter were ever read, understood, acted upon, in any way dealt with. That's the problem. When you have a third-party witness who says, if I say I gave the judge a piece of paper and this is what he did or what he believed because of it, without the recipient testifying as to their state of mind or what occurred, that's the problem, and that's what we have the attempt to do, is to try to get someone else to testify as to what this defendant's state of mind is, assumably without him testifying to what it is. There's no foundation there. You can't do that. The only way you could do it...
Well, suppose the defendant testifies, then wouldn't this become admissible?
I think if the defendant testifies, we may have a certain... If the defendant testifies, we certainly may be in a different position, and as we put the court and the defendant on notice, and as the court indicated, there's a lot with regard to his state of mind, and I think the victim's state of mind, which is what this would open up, that could be inquired to, and we could then inquire questions of him as to his state of mind and his reliance, such as the base statement of if what is occurring this, as Mr. Ullman indicates, is that in sometime in 1993, he got this and felt that everything was going fine in the marriage, and this put him in a state of mind that he wasn't jealous, everything was fine. Then why in October of 1993 do we have him charging through her house, screaming at her, having to have the police call, which certainly isn't evidence in any way in conformity with the picture that Mr. Ullman would paint before us, which, since we don't know the time, would appear to be contemporaneous when this offer of this supposed acceptance of the termination of marriage occurs. The other problem with it is, and I think the court's indicated, what this really does and what their intent is with this letter is to put the victim's state of mind in. Because if what the defendant is saying, if what the defense is arguing is true, then the text of this doesn't matter at all. If the testimony is received a piece of paper and then acted in conformity with that as a verbal act, then what is said, not for the truth, doesn't mean anything. Possibly who the authoress or authoress comes in, nothing else. What they want to do is get the text in, and what they want to do is carve out so they can selectively paint what this victim's state of mind is. The court knows, and we know, what her state of mind is, especially when it comes to her statements of fears to friends, to her relatives, to a domestic violence shelter, her documentation of incidents, her diary, all of that evidence which the court and defense have notice of, that specifically indicates what her state of mind is. And if what the intent here is to open her state of mind, which is the only thing that I think is really going on here, then that evidence comes in. But to try to carve out some narrow tunnel to get her state to put a state of mind of the victim in, which is not the truth, which doesn't reflect what was occurring with this woman, which certainly does not reflect what was occurring at the time which is in question, which was in June of 1994 when she was calling a shelter indicating that she was scared that she was going to be killed. That would be improper. And that's what they're trying to do, is to get her intent in through this letter. And that's not proper unless we're going to completely open up her intent and how she felt, and then all that other evidence comes in to test this also.
Mr. Ullman, any brief response? Oh, I'm sorry. All right, go ahead.
I think Your Honor is correct that the authentication issue is not really a problem. In fact...
I don't consider it to be based upon if you made an offer of proof that you could tie those things up, given what we
the
already know
witness
about
who is
the case.
currently on the stand can authenticate the handwriting and the time that this letter was written. You know, if Mr. Gordon's statement is correct, that the only way to prove the defendant's state of mind is through the defendant's own testimony, then we can all just fold up our tents and go home, because we then have no evidence in this case of Mr. Simpson's state of mind. What the prosecution wants to do is infer the state of mind from all of these prior incidents and have the jury believe that, without having heard from Mr. Simpson, that just based on all of these incidents that took place in 1985 and 1989 and in 1993, that they can then infer that he had a motive, that he had intent, that he had a plan. So they're seeking to draw an inference of the state of mind. Our position is we can rebut that inference in a number of ways. The prosecution is not in the position of telling us that the only evidence of state of mind that you can offer is to call the defendant to the witness stand. There are a number of ways we can prove state of mind, and this is one of them. One of them is to show that the conduct of the defendant was in response to a specific verbal act on the part of Nicole Brown Simpson. And that's precisely what we're attempting to do here. We're not offering to prove Nicole Brown Simpson's state of mind, and her sincerity or her honesty in writing this letter aren't an issue. The issue is simply, what does the letter say, and what impact did that have on the conduct of Mr. Simpson? Now, our other witnesses have already testified to the conduct of Mr. Simpson. We know for a fact now, from the evidence that is already in the record, that despite all of these prior incidents, in March of 1993, a year after their divorce, Mr. Simpson and his wife started seeing each other again. That testimony came this morning from Arnell Simpson. And that conduct continued for more than a year. And the question that you've got to ask is, well, why did that happen? Why did that happen? And here we have the answer. Here we have the explanation. So the relevance and purpose of this evidence is to explain the defendant's subsequent conduct. And that explanation does not have to come from his own lips or through his own testimony. Finally, we're told, well, this is inconsistent. If this is what was going on, then why did he have to break down a door and engage in this shouting match in October of 1993? And that's why this is so important, because it is contemporaneous. It does occur at approximately the same time as the incident they put in evidence, and they want the jury to infer from that incident that Mr. Simpson had a motive, he had a plan, and he had the intent to kill his wife. And we're saying that's not an appropriate inference, and when you put this in context of what was going on at the time, and when you put it in context of what Mr. Simpson was reacting to in March of 1993.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ullman.
Very, very shortly, Your Honor.
No, I've heard enough, thank you. All right, what this is a 5-page handwritten document, and I think we should give this a defense exhibit number at this point. 1226, Mr. Douglas, 1226 for the record, so we know what this is. I don't find any specific statutory or case law authority for the admissibility of this particular item. I agree, however, that the defense has the right to present evidence to negate a motive that is offered by the prosecution. I believe that the defense can establish an approximate date of March of 1993 because we know from previous evidence that Nicole Brown Simpson and the defendant attempted a reconciliation of their relationship shortly after that time, which continued until approximately May of 1994. However, there is no evidence code section that allows the use of this particular item for that particular purpose. There is a long time lag between March of 1993 and the incident that occurred in October of 1993, a 7-month time period. And human relations can take many turns and twists over that period of time. And I think a statement of mind in March is not necessarily reflective of a state of mind in October. Also, the evidence of the attempt at reconciliation is in the record through other witnesses, and I'll sustain the objection under lack of statutory grounds, case law authority, and under 352 issues since it's already in the record. All right. Let's have the jury. All right, let the record reflect we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies to you for our late start. We had a few legal matters to take care of before we asked you to come in. Ms. Simpson, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, the record to reflect Ms. Ronald Simpson is on the witness stand, again undergoing direct examination by Mr. Cochran. Good afternoon, Ms. Simpson.
Good afternoon.
You're reminded that you are still under oath. Mr. Cochran, you may continue.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Ms. Simpson.
Good afternoon.
Can you move the microphone a little bit closer to you? Have just a few more questions of you, if I might. Do you recall back on or about May 22nd, 1994, whether or not there was a picnic or some kind of a party involving children at your home there in Rockingham?
Yes, there was.
And can you tell us briefly what that picnic or party was about?
For the last 3 years, Sunshine Preschool, which Justin and Sydney both had attended, they have an annual picnic to raise money for the school, and my father would donate his house to have the picnic there.
Do you recall that picnic and party taking place in 1994, about May 22nd?
Yes.
Now, do you recall whether or not your minor brother and sister, Justin and Sydney, attended that particular function?
Yes, they were.
And were you there also?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall whether or not Miss Nicole Brown Simpson came to that location?
Yes, she was.
Now, was this after the time that your father and mother decided to go their separate ways? Strike that. Your father and stepmother decided to go their separate ways?
Yes.
But she came also to this particular picnic, is that right?
Yes, she did.
Do you recall seeing her at any place inside of the Rockingham residence on that date?
Yes.
And describe what you saw at that time.
At one point, we were all inside the house watching TV. The playoffs were on.
What kind of playoffs?
Basketball.
All right.
Some of the other parents were inside, mostly the men were, and my father and Nicole were sitting on the couch.
And which
together.
room was that?
In the TV room.
All right. And you observed this yourself?
Yes.
Did you notice anything else about as they sat there on the couch?
Yeah, she was sitting on his lap.
All right. And this was after they'd broken up, right?
Yes.
All right. Later on, were you aware of whether or not she went any place else inside that house that day?
Yes, she had said that she wasn't feeling well, and she went upstairs and lay down in the bed.
In whose bed?
My father's.
Now, with regard to that, was this within a week of the time that you'd said she'd been sick with pneumonia?
Yes.
All right. This was toward the end of that period of time?
Yes.
All right. She still wasn't feeling well on that particular date.
Yes.
And was this May 22nd, was that on a Sunday, as far as you know?
Yes.
Now, you told us earlier that your father no longer plays tennis. Does he play golf?
Yes, he does.
Does he play golf regularly, as far as you know?
Yes.
Do you ever at any time see him around the house swinging golf clubs or chipping golf balls? Oh,
Yes, all the time.
can you describe that for us, what you've seen?
He just was always talking about golf. He was kind of obsessed with it. He was always trying to, better his game, and he was always playing around with the golf balls or his swing, trying to perfect his swing.
Have you ever seen him out in that yard hitting any golf balls?
Yes.
Chipping them?
Yes.
You don't play golf, do you?
No.
So the terminology is a little bit foreign to you, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But you've seen your father do that?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the events of the evening of June 13th, wherein you returned home after about 6 o'clock or so in the evening and you saw these people inside the Rockingham residence, you remember that?
Yes.
And you've described for us some of the people who were there. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Have you told us all the people who were present?
No.
Were there other friends who were also present?
Yes, there's a lot of people coming and going
All right.
during that
what-
time.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
During that time, there's just a lot of commotion, people coming and going.
All right. So there were a lot of people, friends and family member coming in and out?
Yes.
Not everybody came at the same time, is that right?
No.
Then, as I presume, you were in other rooms throughout the house on occasion also?
Yes, I was.
Oh. Anyone else that you recall was there that you haven't told us about thus far?
Kathy Randa, Neil Sloan, and some other people were coming and going. There was a lot of people there.
All right. Have you been nervous this morning during your testimony?
Yes, I have.
You told us the truth?
Yes, I have.
I have nothing further at this point, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran. Ms. Clark?
Hi.
We've done this before, haven't we?
Yes, we
Remember
have.
the prelim?
Mhm.
I'll try and make it as quick as I can for you.
Okay.
Let me just ask you, since you guys left off at the June 13th when people were coming and going at Rockingham, do you recall seeing Skip Taft there?
Yes.
Yes. And Skip Taft, that's your father's lawyer, correct?
Yes, he is.
And did you also see Howard Weitzman there?
Howard Weissman, I don't...
Don't recall
I,
him?
I'm sometimes bad with names. I'm better with faces.
Okay. If I describe him, will that help?
Yes.
I hope he's not watching this. Okay. He's about this tall, and he's kind of ruddy complected. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gesturing. I mean, wait, no. With heels on, I'm 5'8". He's about my height, 5'8", 5'9", and ruddy complected, balding. I'm just kind of balding, ruddy complected. He's a lawyer also.
I don't recall.
Okay. There were a lot of people there that day.
Yes.
Now, you indicated that you visited Nicole at Bundy on occasion,
Yes.
correct? Was that alone or was that with your father?
Sometimes with my dad, sometimes alone, sometimes with a friend.
Okay. And when you did that, when you went to visit her, where would you park?
I'd usually park on Bundy,
And where on Bundy did you park?
right in front of the house.
You could leave your car right there in front?
Yes, I believe so. I would.
Okay. What time of day was it that you usually parked there?
Sometimes at night, sometimes in the morning, sometimes during the day.
So you came all different times?
Yes.
As of late '93, Nicole had a black Jeep Cherokee, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And also a white Ferrari?
Yes.
And you would see those parked at Bundy whenever you went by there, went to visit,
Not from the front.
from the back.
Yeah, yes.
And would there would be occasions sometimes when you'd pull up behind the back also, maybe to come and get the kids, pull into that alley behind her condo?
I usually always pulled in the front.
Okay. Was that because you were coming in to visit her, come inside the condo?
Yes.
Okay. Was there ever an occasion when you came by just to pick up the kids or just to drop them off, when you just pull in behind in that alley?
I never used the alley.
You didn't.
No, I didn't.
Now, you stated that you knew that Mr. Simpson traveled on the week of June the 6th of 1994.
Yes.
Can you tell us where he traveled to?
I can't tell you specifically. I knew he was out of town, but I didn't know where exactly he was going.
Can you tell us what days he was out of town?
I believe that he had left on a Sunday and left on actually a Monday or Tuesday and returned on that Friday.
Okay. And do you know if he went out of town again after that Friday, like on Friday night?
No.
And you're not sure it might be Monday or Tuesday that he left?
Yeah.
Now, would it be fair to state that you're not exactly sure of what day Mr. Simpson and Nicole Brown broke up for the last time?
Yes.
Now, she was sick for a period of time in May, is that right?
Yes.
And that was for more than a week or so? That was kind of an extended illness?
Yes.
Would you say that was for like 2 or 3 weeks that she was pretty sick with pneumonia?
Yes.
Okay. You know her birthday was on May 19th, right?
Yes.
And she was still sick when her birthday came around, is that right? She was sick with pneumonia for her birthday?
I believe so. Yes.
And during the time that she was sick, your father visited her once to bring her some soup, is that right?
Yes.
Now, you recall the present that he gave her for her birthday, a real expensive bracelet?
No, I didn't know that.
You didn't know about that bracelet?
No.
Do you recall that she gave it back to him on her birthday?
Sustained. Assumes facts that aren't in evidence. Foundation.
All right, you don't know then what your father gave her, if anything, for her birthday?
No.
Or whether she gave it back to him after that point when they broke up?
Sustained.
All right, do you know whether Mr. Simpson gave a gift to Paula shortly after Nicole's birthday?
Yes.
Was that a bracelet?
Yes.
A real expensive one, diamonds and stuff on it?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who had that bracelet, if anyone, before her?
No.
And was it about around Memorial Day, around there, when he gave it to Paula?
I don't recall exactly.
Does that sound about right? You're kind of, you think?
I don't recall exactly, so
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Do you know if your father went to La Quinta with Paula on Memorial Day weekend?
I knew my dad was out of town, but I wasn't sure where he went.
Okay, you don't know who he went with. Is that right?
Overruled.
I would say I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't.
All right, now, during the time of 93 to 94, when you indicated that they were attempting to reconcile, Mr. Simpson and Nicole Brown, can you tell us till when, from approximately when, was it March or April of 93 that it began, that reconciliation period?
I believe it began the end of April.
And from that time until some point in May, because you're unsure about the time, but from that point until sometime in May of 94, is it your belief that that they were together and were not dating other people?
I know they started to date each other exclusively May of 93 to May of 94.
Now, were you aware that he had traveled to Hawaii with Paula Barbieri between those two times, May of 93 to May of 94?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
All right. Were you present in court when Cato Kalin testified?
No.
Okay. Were you watching television or aware of any of his testimony?
No.
Do you recall your father taking a trip to Hawaii between May of 93 and May of 94?
No.
Now, you testified that you did not see Paula Barbieri at the location at Rockingham. Were you at Rockingham every day between May of 93 and May of 94?
No.
All right. And you didn't see who your father traveled with when he traveled, correct?
Overruled.
No.
So if he visited with somebody out of town, you wouldn't know about that, would you?
No.
All right. Now, you said that you stayed at the New York condo quite a bit.
Yes.
Was that a condo or an apartment? I don't want to misstate it.
Apartment. Yeah, apartment.
And was that apartment near a department store named Bloomingdale's?
Yes.
Okay. Did you shop there often?
Yes.
And did your father also shop there often?
Yes.
Did you ever attend any of the football games where he was a commentator there?
No.
Okay, I wanted to ask you about, at Rockingham, how many keys were there for the doors to the main house?
One.
And so that one key would open the front and the rear doors?
The front door, there aren't any locks on the rear doors. Well, on some of them there are, actually.
And is it the same key for those locks?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I don't believe so.
You don't think so?
No, I didn't have the key. The locks are very high up on the doors in the rear.
Let me, can I have a moment? Oh, you're talking about the French doors at the rear of the house, where it's very high up?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another door that leads into the billiard room that is just a regular door that you
Yes.
can go in through? Okay. And you have the key to that door?
There is no, it's only locked from the inside of the house. There's no lock from the outside.
You can't open it from the outside?
No, you cannot.
Is there another door that leads into the billiard room, or actually, you know, there's an area you walk into and the billiard room is to your left? Okay, that door. Can you open that one from the outside?
It's in the billiard room you're speaking of?
I don't think it's in the billiard room. It's the billiard room, as you walk in, will be to your left,
So towards the TVs?
towards the TV room, correct?
There's a little, those doors are nailed shut.
Okay, what means do you gain entry from the rear of the house when you try, if you were trying to go into the rear of the house? What door would you take?
You can't. You would have to go around to the front.
There's no door that admits you in through the rear of the house?
No, unless you go through the guest house.
What about through... I think that... May I have a moment, Your Honor? Let me ask you another question so we don't waste time. You're familiar with the alarm system in the house, correct?
Yes.
All right. So there's there's an alarm sensor for the rear door, isn't there?
Yes.
Okay. And that alarm sensor has a 40-second delay, correct?
Yes.
So if you enter through the rear door, you have 40 seconds to get to a keypad to disarm the alarm, correct?
Yes.
And the maid's room has a keypad in it for the alarm, right?
Not in the maid's room, but
Just outside it?
Yes.
Right, I know what you mean. Okay. And that would be like kind of next to the laundry room?
yes.
Okay. Is there a common wall between the laundry room and the maid's room?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated that before you entered, let me ask you this, before you entered the house with the police officers, while you were between the point when you left your room and got into the house, do you recall having a conversation with them about whether there was a maid on the premises?
Yes.
And you recall them asking you about whether there was a maid present?
Yes.
And you told them Gigi was usually there?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall them asking where the maid's room was?
No.
Do you recall them asking you to show you the maid's room?
No.
For you to show them the maid's room?
No.
You don't recall doing any of that?
No.
Do you recall either of them going into the maid's room at some point after you entered the house?
No.
Do you recall any of them standing near that area in the maid's room?
Yes, because the phone is right there that we had used in the kitchen.
And do you recall going past the maid's room when you entered the house?
No.
Now, as of June the 12th, 1994, the maid in residence name was Gigi?
Yes.
Okay. And she worked Monday to Friday, is that right?
Yes.
Did she usually leave on Friday night or Saturday morning?
Friday night.
She didn't come back to the house on Sunday night, June the 12th, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Simpson told her not to come back on that Sunday night?
No, objection, Judge. Hearsay,
Sustained.
sustains the evidence.
Sustained.
Did you have a conversation with Gigi about any instructions she may have had about whether or not to come back to the house on Sunday night?
Objection, Your Honor. Let me put you on objection.
Overruled.
No.
Now, then is it your testimony that if you were to be inside the house and you wanted to go out to the pool area, you would have to go all the way, you would have to go out the front entrance and go all the way through that area marked as lawn at the back to get to the pool?
Can you repeat that for me?
Sure. Is it your testimony that if you were inside the house and you wanted to go and use the pool area, you'd have to go out through the front door and down the driveway and up through that area marked lawn to the pool?
Overruled.
If I were to go out to the pool from inside the house,
Right.
I could leave through the door, through the back the one back door.
And which door would that be?
The door which is closest to the pool table area. Should I show you?
Sure, thanks. Right. Here. Yes.
Indicating the southern and easternmost portion of the house before you get to the pool room.
Thank you.
Did you see that, Mr. Carter?
I get the gist of it. I think the southernmost portion.
Southernmost portion before you get to the pool room. The door that's there.
Now, at the time that you had that conversation with the officers about the maid and who was on the premises, you were outside the house still at that point, correct?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that on June the 12th, that morning, you left at approximately 10 o'clock that morning?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time that you left, did you go into the main house?
No.
And you came back at approximately what time after church?
11, 11:10,
Okay. And then you left again at what time?
around 12:30.
At any point in there, when you came back from church and between that time when you left again at 12:30, did you go into the main house?
No.
Did you see Kate O'Kalin at any point in there?
No.
Did you see Mr. Simpson at any point?
No.
After you left at 12:30 p.m., you came back again at about 1 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay, is that an approximation, 1 to 1:30, something like that?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, did you go straight back to your room?
Yes.
And when you went to your room, you would have to have walked by Kate O'Kalin's room, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified earlier that you knew that he was home that night, correct?
Yes.
And how did you know that? Did you see lights on in his room, or
His car.
his car was there?
Yes.
So the next time, all right, so during the day of June the 12th, the entire day, there was no point at which you went into the main house, is that right?
Yes.
And what about June the 11th? Was there any time that you went into the main house on that day?
Yes.
And on that day, what time was it when you went into the main house?
In the evening,
Was that late at night?
around 9 or 10.
Was anybody in the house at that time?
No.
Now, if between, what was the last time you were in the main house between June 11th and June 13th?
Between June 11th and June 13th?
Yeah,
The-
I'll be more specific, I'm sorry. June 11th, you were in the house between 9 and 10 p.m., is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And then you did not really go back into the main house after that point until around 5:30 a.m. on June the 13th, is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. So if Gigi had returned between those two times, you would not have known it?
Objecting, I cross speculation. Objection, cross speculation.
Sustained.
Would you have any way of knowing if Gigi came back between 9 or 10 at night on June the 11th and 5:30 a.m. June the 13th?
That's a two-part question. Can I answer it?
Sure.
Objective is
Rephrase the question.
I think she was objecting compound. Okay. Do you have any way of knowing when Gigi's on or off the premises, other than seeing her there?
Yes.
And what is that?
Her car.
Okay. Does she always bring her car to the house?
Yes.
Does she always park it in the same place?
Yes.
Where's that?
In the driveway, right, kind of where the garage is, right in front of the garage.
So she parks it inside the gate when she's there?
Yes.
Now, on the night of Let me come back to that in a minute. Now, when the officers first contacted you at around 5:30 a.m. at your room, they indicated to you that they'd been ringing and trying to reach someone in the house, correct?
Yes.
You hadn't heard anything, had you?
No.
Had you heard Chachi barking that night?
No.
You hadn't heard anything unusual at all?
No.
And when the officers asked you where Mr. Simpson was, you didn't tell them, did you?
No.
Because you didn't know, did you?
No.
And the officers, you never told them what time Mr. Simpson left to go out of town, did you?
No.
And that's because you didn't know, did you?
Overruled.
And that's because you didn't know, did you?
No, I didn't know.
Now, at the point in time that they woke you up, about 5:30, you had had, what, about 4 hours sleep?
Yes.
Were you pretty tired?
Yes.
And a little bit in shock?
Yes, very much so.
And pretty frazzled?
Yes.
It was pretty upsetting, all of the events, weren't they?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you believe at that time that you were first contacted, there were 2 officers at your door?
Yes.
Could it have been 3 and you didn't notice one standing back behind?
Yes.
And then after you spoke to them briefly, you came outside with them, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, during that entire conversation you had with them, the Detective Furman was not present, is that right?
No.
And when you left your room with them, he was in the room with, or he was standing in front of Cato's room talking to him?
Yes.
So at no point did you ever have any conversation with Detective Furman about how to reach your father or where he was, is that right?
Yes.
And after you spoke after you spoke to Kathy Randa and found out where Mr. Simpson was, you did not speak to Detective Furman, is that right?
Yes.
And during the time that you were having that conversation, that telephone call with her, Kathy Randa, Detective Furman was not around, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the detectives that were with you, Van Adder and Lang and Phillips, do you recall one of them asking you whether the Bronco parked out in front belonged to Mr. Simpson?
Yes.
Okay. And you told them that it did, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, you indicated to us that you called Kathy Randa, and then you gave the phone to Detective Lang, correct?
Yes.
Now, are you sure it was Detective Lang? Could that have been Detective Phillips? Are you real firm about that?
It could have been Phillips.
Okay. And you also testified that there was no phone call made from that phone in the kitchen after the conversation with Kathy Randa. Is that correct?
Sustained. Sustained. Phrase question.
Let me be more clear. After you made the phone call to Kathy Randa, the detective, whether it was Lang or Phillips, spoke to Kathy Randa. Is that right?
Yes.
And then after that point, is it your testimony that no phone call was placed by either yourself or the detectives before Mr. Simpson called in?
Oral.
No.
Do you recall that a phone call, that immediately after speaking to Kathy Randa, one of the detectives placed a phone call on that telephone?
I don't recall that.
Is it your recollection that before anyone placed a phone call to Mr. Simpson in Chicago, he called to the house?
Can you repeat that for me?
Sure. The time frame is the phone call to Kathy Randa.
Yes.
Okay, and you were in the kitchen with Detective Van Adder and Detective Lang and Detective Phillips, is that right?
That's a mistake. She never said that.
Well, if that's not right, she can tell me. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, after the phone call was placed to Kathy Randa, that's when you all learned exactly where Mr. Simpson was, right?
Yes.
At that point, though, just before the phone call was placed, no one there knew exactly what time he had left or where he was. Is that a fair statement?
Sustained. Phrase question.
Okay, you did not know that, correct?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, neither did the detectives.
Yes.
That's also speculation.
Sustained.
At that point, they were asking you where Mr. Simpson was and when he had left, or did they ever ask you when he had left?
Yes, they did ask me when he had left. I had said that he was out of town, but I did not know where he was, but I could call somebody that would know, and that's when I placed the call to Kathy Randa.
Okay. And you did not tell them when he had left because you didn't know that?
No.
Okay. And so then the phone call was placed to Kathy Randa, and at that point you found out where Mr. Simpson was exactly, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then one of the detectives, could be Phillips, could be Lang, spoke to Kathy Randa, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And after that point, was a phone call received into the house? Did someone call the house, and was that person Mr. Simpson?
Yes.
All right. And so did any of the officers place a call before that phone call was received from Mr. Simpson?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Okay, is it that you don't recall that, or you believe that that did not happen?
Sustained.
Okay. Give us your best recollection. Is it in your memory right now, is your state of mind that you received a call from Mr. Simpson before a call was placed by one of the detectives to him?
Yes.
That's what you, okay.
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? All right, you're familiar with your father's phone number, correct?
Yes.
All right. And that's no longer the number, right?
Yes.
Okay. And your phone number also, from your room, that's no longer your phone number either, correct?
Yes.
So it's safe to mention these numbers now, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you also familiar with Cato Kalin's phone number, what it used to be back there at Rockingham?
No.
But he had his own phone, is that right?
Yes.
And it rang in his room, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and there was a separate phone number for the main house, is that right?
Yes.
Now, I believe it was your testimony that you spoke to Mr. Simpson 3 times on June the 13th, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And once was when you were in the kitchen, he called in?
Yes.
And once was when he called in and you were on your way to your room and it was in the TV room?
Yes.
And once was in your room?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Your Honor, I have here a phone record from Air Touch. I'd like to show the witness. I'll ask it to be marked. Actually, I think it's already, not sure if it is. I'll mark it again. People's next in order, 490?
489.
489. Testimony earlier is that all of those calls were made by Mr. Simpson from Chicago, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you people's 489. Try and make it bigger. Okay, slide over there. There we go. All right. Now, you see, these are, just for your information, Ms. Simpson, this is the phone calls placed from your father's cell phone from Chicago on the date of June the 13th. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the phone numbers there listed?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the man by the name of Skip Taft, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that was your father's lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize his phone numbers on this bill? You can direct the arrow. See that red arrow up there?
No.
You don't recognize him?
No.
You don't know him
Unless it's-
offhand?
Is it his home or office number?
Either one.
I only know the office number.
Okay. Do you recognize one of these numbers as his office number?
No.
Okay. Do you have any record with you, a phone book like the one you had on June the 13th that would refresh your recollection as to what his phone numbers are?
I know the office number by heart.
Okay. And do you see his office number here?
No.
Maybe we approach this one, just take it down.
Are you worried about the, yeah.
I'm just take it down.
Let me just cover all of the ones now. Try it one more time. And then I'll just show it to you. Okay. There's only one number showing now. The number in the main house, the prefix, do you recall whether it was 476?
Yes.
Okay, and since that's no longer the number, the full number for the main house, was that 476-4619?
Yes.
All right. 4619, yeah. Okay, now the number that we're showing here on the screen on People's 489, 476-1706, do you recognize that as being Cato Kalin's phone number in his room?
No.
All right. Now, you indicated that there was a call received in your house. Let me just show this to you. Tell me if you recognize any of the phone numbers on this bill on People's 489 as a phone number that would go into the main house for Mr. Simpson as of June the 13th.
Into
June the 13th, as of June the 13th.
no.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you now. The phone calls registered for his hotel room in Chicago.
Okay.
Mr. Cochran, you have a copy of these?
I'm going to show it to make sure. He does, but
All right.
I'm at that here.
Okay, this is the copy of the defendant's phone bill at Howard Johnson in Chicago for June the 13th. Asked if we mark People's 490.
All right, People's 490, hotel phone record.
Okay, I'm going to show you the phone bill that's now been marked as People's 490, and just to help you out, I'm going to direct your attention to one particular phone number here, 310-476-4619. Ask you if you recognize that.
Yes.
All right, that's the phone number to the main house?
Yes.
So between all right, so looking at the cell phone bill and the hotel bill, it would appear that one phone call was made to the main house, correct, from Chicago?
Yes.
All right. Now, do you have any recollection of a police officer placing a call from the house in the kitchen where you were in your presence to Mr. Simpson in Chicago?
No, I don't have any recollection of that.
Okay. I'm going to show you, while you have those in your hand, hang on to those. Actually, I believe these are already in evidence, Your Honor, but I can't remember the number of the exhibit. The defendant's phone bill, GTE phone bill.
All right, why don't we take our recess at this point? You can locate the other bill.
Okay. Or I can use my copy right now to make it easier, just so.
No, but we need to know what you're
yeah.
referring to. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-afternoon break at this time. Please remember all my admonitions to you. We'll stand in recess for 15 minutes. Ms. Simpson, you can come down and come back in 15. Please. Yes. Mr. Cochran.
Mr. Clark asked a question, Your Honor, about whether or not Mr. Simpson went to Hawaii with Paula Barberi after the period of between May 93 and May 94. And I don't think that question was asked in good faith. If they have any records, I'd like to see that. There's absolutely no records. He went to Hawaii in the summer of 1993 with Nicole Brown Simpson, and the only time he ever went with Paula Barberi was I think in January of 1993. She asked it specifically in a period after Ms. Arnell Simpson said that they had to try to get back together.
All right, let's check the record and see what, I'm not going to stop the proceedings at this point.
I'd like to.
Plus, Ms. Arnell Simpson testified she had no personal knowledge of anything like that occurring. And that was the end of it.
But the question I'm saying was in bad faith, and I don't actually stop the proceedings, but if you go back and look at the record, and I'm telling you, if you check his travel records, those are the facts. There should be some good faith before these questions are asked before the jury. I have one other matter that, when you allow me to, I want to do it at sidebar. It has to do with when the feed is cut and not cut, if the court will allow us. I can do that at the appropriate time. Something's brought to my attention during the break. So you let me know when I can do that.
All right.
Okay.
Let's have the jurors, please. I'm sorry.
We indicate for the record while they're coming out, Your Honor, that as a matter of good faith, pages 20444 and 20445, with my examination of Cato Kalin demonstrates that he testified that in January of 94, he was dating Paula Barbieri, and that when I asked him about a trip to Hawaii between 93 and 94 that he made with Paula Barbieri, he said he didn't know if they went. He said he didn't know if they went on trips, but they probably did. He didn't know, and then as a matter of fact, I asked him about a Memorial Day trip in June of 94, and he said, yeah, I think it was to Palm Springs then. And so we have a good faith belief in the basis for that question.
In June of 94, by that time they had broken up, there'd be no question. You saw Cato Kalin.
Completely ignored the beginning part of what I just
Well, those questions there.
Wait. We'll take this up later. I'm not interested in hearing about it now. Give me the page site.
20444 and 20445.
Got it. Thank you. Let's have the Cub Scouts pull that up, please.
204, Your Honor, 20443 is also
All right. All right. Let's have the jurors, please.
All right, you testified, oh, let me back up. Let me just show you this one phone number. You'll recognize it. No, I don't think you will, actually. You have the bills in front of you, correct?
Yes,
All
I
right.
do.
I'm going to let you refer to that, and I'm showing you on the screen now. Let me read this for you, what you see on the screen. This is the raw data bill for a phone company, GTE. It shows the date of June 13th, Chicago, Illinois, at 6:05 a.m., area code 312, number 693-5800. And you have, that 5 over there is the amount of time. It's 5 minutes. Okay, you have the phone bill for Mr. Simpson's hotel room in Chicago, correct?
Yes.
Does that appear, here you go. And that was marked as this phone number, all right?
Yes.
All right, good. Do you see the phone number for the hotel room there? I'm going to direct your attention to it right there.
Yes.
All right. And does that appear to be the same phone number that you see up on the screen?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you the top of the phone bill on which this number appears and ask you to identify the phone number shown. And was that the phone number for the main house back in June 13th?
Yes.
All right. So does this reflect that their phone call was made from the main house, the phone in the main residence on June the 13th at 6:05 a.m. to the phone number listed for your father's room in Chicago on June the 13th?
I object to the phone of that question. And based on the record speaking itself, I'm going to show you
Overruled.
to indicate that.
Yes.
All right. So would you agree that perhaps you are mistaken about having a phone call been placed from the main residence to Mr. Simpson in Chicago before he called to the main residence?
I don't recall that, but there was so much going on, and I was so emotional that it could have happened, yes.
Okay, yeah. You testified also that you thought you went to pick up the children at the police station at 7 to 7:15?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you got the children from the police station, they were in West LA, is that right?
Yes.
And you were in Brentwood, correct?
Yes.
And it took maybe, 5 to 10 minutes to get to the station?
Yes.
Around there?
Yes.
All right. And then it took a few minutes to get them out of the station, talk to them, et cetera?
Yes.
Okay. And then another 5 to 10 minutes to get back?
Yes.
Okay, so about a half-hour time lapse total between the time you left and the time you got back to Rockingham with the children?
I said 20 minutes, but yes. It could have been
Just an
30.
estimate?
Yes.
All right.
In that time frame, yes.
Okay. And then it would have been, if you left about 7:15, it would have been about 7:35 to 7:45 when you got back to the house. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that Sidney went to sleep and Justin played Nintendo?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall Cato playing Nintendo with him as well?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. Was Cato around, though, at that time?
Yes.
So he could have been playing Nintendo. Is that something you would...
Sustained.
All right.
First question.
Is that, do you have a particular recollection of whether or not Cato played Nintendo with Justin or not?
Overruled.
I don't recall him, no.
Okay. Now, at some point in there, after you brought the children home, do you recall that the police asked you and Cato to look for the keys to the Bronco?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you recall Cato looking around for the keys to the Bronco?
No.
Did you know whether your father had those keys with him in Chicago at the time?
Also speculate,
Overruled.
No, I did not know.
Now, you were asked to leave the premises by the officers at some point, correct?
Yes.
How long after you got back to Rockingham with the children were you asked to leave the premises?
Maybe 15 to 20 minutes later.
Okay, which would have been sometime after 8 o'clock then?
Yes.
All right. Now, you recall testifying at the preliminary hearing in this matter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you... I'm sorry? Had a motion in the preliminary hearing in this matter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall testifying as to what time you were asked to leave the premises by the police officers?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall what your testimony was at that time?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Would it refresh your recollection? I've showed you your testimony.
Please.
Counsel, page 66 of volume 9. Line 7, well, lines 4 through 9. Okay. Wait, before I encourage this, let me ask you the standard word questions. Back in July of 1994, when you testified on the motion for the preliminary hearing in this matter, can you tell us if your memory was more fresh as to the events of June the 13th back in July of 94 than they are now?
Yes.
I think that would be a fair statement, wouldn't it?
Yes.
All right, so let me show you what you testified to back then. I direct your attention to line 4. Take it through line 10.
Just read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your recollection.
All right. Does that refresh your recollection any as to when you were asked to leave the premises by the police officers back on June the 13th, 1994?
Yes.
Okay. And was that more accurate statement, the testimony you gave back then at the preliminary hearing?
Yes, that's fair to say.
Okay. And so is it correct then that they probably asked you to leave between 7:15 and 7:30?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. All right. Now, you indicated that you weren't sure exactly on what day Mr. Simpson and Nicole Brown broke up, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And certainly you were not present when that happened.
No.
And you do not know whether it happened before or after her birthday on May 19th, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay. Let me ask you, on June the 12th, you were not present to see whether or not he was swinging golf clubs around the house on that day, correct?
No.
All right. And you didn't see Ms. Brown in the Rockingham residence in the month of June of 1994, did you?
Can you repeat that for me?
Yeah. You didn't see Ms. Nicole Brown in the Rockingham residence in the month of June of 1994, did you?
No.
All right. And you did not see what Mr. Simpson was wearing on the night of June the 12th when he went with Cato to McDonald's, did you?
No.
And at 10 o'clock p.m. on the night of June the 12th, were you at a movie?
Yes.
Okay. And so you don't know where the Bronco was at that time, at 10 o'clock at night? Let me put it this way. You did not see the Bronco at 10 o'clock at night, is that correct? On the night of June the 12th.
I don't recall.
And you did not see Mr. Simpson between 10 and 11 o'clock at night on June the 12th, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Cochran?
Ms. Simpson, you were just shown some testimony that you gave, I guess, back at the hearing earlier regarding times. With regard to the times you've given us back then and today, have you been as accurate as you could?
Yes.
The point is, did the police ask you to leave your residence?
Yes.
The point is, did you go pick up your brother and sister?
Yes.
Did you go to the West Los Angeles station and pick them up?
Yes.
Within 15 minutes after coming back, did the police ask you to leave?
Yes.
But it was leading, but
Well,
It's in the record.
Less leading, then, Your Honor. Okay, so that, were those facts accurate? You
Yes.
just talked about? Now, with regard to Detective Van Adder, do you ever recall a time prior to you leaving to pick up your brother and sister that Detective Van Adder was in the kitchen? We're talking about Van Adder now.
Oh, Van Anner.
Yes.
Oh, outside.
All right, you saw Van Adder outside the house?
Yes.
Okay, but I'm asking you specifically now, do you ever recall seeing him inside the house, the kitchen area?
No.
All right. You described for us earlier you saw him out in the patio area near the pool.
Yes.
All right. You recall that, do you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were asked about the fact of some calls made allegedly from a hotel room. Has your father called you on many occasions where he's called you where somebody else was on the line,
Yes.
where it's kind of a three-party call?
Conference call, he does often.
Does he do that very often?
Yes.
Now, you also mentioned the fact that regarding these doors on the eastern portion of the Rockingham residence. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And so that we're clear with regard to those doors, if you're inside the house, in the family room or in one of those rooms, and you want to go out the door that's adjacent to, or the door that faces toward the pool, can you get out the house and go out that door?
One of them, yes.
All right. And do you recall whether or not there's a lock on the inside of the door?
On 2 of the French doors, there are top locks.
All right. And when you said top locks, are they high up?
Yes.
Okay. And with regard to those doors, you said something about those doors having been nailed shut.
And then the other doors, there's a seating area that those doors are nailed shut.
Okay. And they're
And
nailed
have
shut
been.
now?
Yes.
Were they nailed shut back then?
Yes.
The best of your recollection?
Yes.
Why are they shut?
They were done because that is the door that my sister, Erin, went through when she drowned in the pool.
So they've been just shut since then, or nailed
Yes.
shut since then?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the number of calls you received from your dad, is there any quarrel, strike that. Do you have any doubt in your mind that you talked to your dad on 3 times on the phone on June 13th?
Yes.
Is there any doubt in your mind regarding that?
No.
And in your description of your dad and how he appeared, his demeanor during those phone conversations, any doubt in your mind that he was distraught and upset?
No.
Now, with regard to Mr. Clark asked you some questions about a cellular phone and showed you some cellular phone records.
Yes.
Do you recall that? If you know, the cellular phone that your dad normally had, that cellular phone go into one of his cars also?
Yes.
And which car did the cellular phone go into?
The Bronco.
And was it possible he could then take the cellular phone out of the Bronco and then take it with him when he took a trip to Chicago?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Ms. Clark? All right, Ms. Simpson, thank you very much. You're excused. Next witness. Any objection? All right. Next witness.
The next one is the Carmelita Durio.
Would you like to call Carmelita Simpson Durio, please, Your Honor?
All right, is she available outside?
Yes. Carmelita.
All right, Mrs. Durio, if you just come over here and stand by the court reporter, please. Face the clerk.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause not pending before this court should be the truth and the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Please have a seat on the witness stand and state your first and last name for the record.
Carmelita Simpson Durio, Carmelita Simpson hyphen Durio.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon, Mrs. Durio.
Good afternoon.
You a little bit nervous this afternoon?
Yes,
You've been in this courtroom throughout the entire trial, have you not?
yes,
And you're here because you are related to Mr. Simpson?
yes, I am.
And what is your relationship?
I'm his youngest sister.
How many other sisters are in the family?
I have 1 sister and 2 brothers.
And 2 brothers?
Yes,
And during the time that you have been in the courthouse watching the trial, have you also been gainfully employed?
yes, I have.
What is your employment?
Who I work for?
Yes.
I work for DeSalvo Trucking Company in San Francisco.
And what do you do for them?
I'm an executive administrative assistant.
And how are you able to maintain your job and come to court every day?
Overruled.
Well, I'm working on a special project. I work every evenings after I get out of court till about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. On Thursdays, I fly home Thursday evenings, and I work in my office on Friday, Saturday. Half a day Sunday, I go to church, then I come back down here.
I want to direct your attention to the date of June the 13th. Were you notified of a horrible event on
Yes,
that
I
day?
was.
And how were you so notified, and what were you notified of?
I was at work, and I received a call from a cousin who said that her daughter had heard on the radio in Atlanta that something had happened to one of my ex-sister-in-laws. She wasn't sure which one it was.
And as a result of that, did you eventually find and come to learn that Nicole Brown Simpson had been murdered?
Yes,
Did you make arrangements to leave your family home and come to Los Angeles?
yes, I did.
And did you arrive in Los Angeles that evening?
Yes, I did.
With whom did you arrive?
And my husband, Charles.
And when you arrived in Los Angeles, did you immediately go to the home of your brother, O.J. Simpson on Rockingham?
Yes, I did.
And did you arrive there in the evening?
Yes.
Were there any other family members that were there when you arrived?
My mother, my sister Shirley, Arnell, my niece Cherry. Those were the only family. Oh, Jay, those the only family members.
Were there other friends and acquaintances that were there?
Yes, Kathy Randall, Bob Kardashian, Joe Stellini, Ron Shep. And there were quite a few other people. People were coming in and out, but I can't remember their names.
What was the atmosphere at the family home that evening?
Very quiet. We were basically in shock trying to figure out what had happened. We had heard so many different stories and no one knew.
Your brother was there?
Yes,
Did you have a chance to comfort him?
briefly.
Did you have a chance to be with him
Yes,
and to observe him?
yes.
And how would you describe his mood, his demeanor?
Overruled.
What I would say is that he was out of it. You know, he was shocked, dazed. He was just there.
Where was he when you made your first observations?
He was sitting on the couch in the family room with my mother.
You also mentioned that there was a man named Ron Ship who was there.
Yes.
Where did you see him when you were in the downstairs area of the home?
He was sitting at the bar area off from the family room.
And what was he doing?
He was drinking.
Did you have an occasion to form an opinion as to the amount of alcohol he had consumed?
Sustained.
How long did you observe Mr. Ship at the bar?
He was there a long time, with the exception of once.
Did you talk to them? Talk to him?
Yes.
And I take it, although this is a large home, this is a small area within the home where everybody was congregating?
Yes, it is.
And did you have an opportunity to, in your mind, come to a conclusion as to whether or not he had been drinking alcohol?
Sustained.
Did you see him drink any beverage?
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
What did you see him drink?
Beer.
How'd you know it was beer?
He was drinking it out of the can.
Did you see how many beers he drank?
I wasn't counting. But, I mean, Yeah, beer.
Okay. Was he drinking over a period of time?
Yes, from the time I was there until the time he left.
Did you talk to him?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe his face?
Yes,
Did you observe his eyes?
yes,
Did you get a chance to get close enough to smell his breath?
yes.
And did you notice anything as a result of those observations?
I felt he was high, but, I mean, I've been around people that drink, and I know when someone has had a couple of drinks.
So your conclusion was he was high.
Yes,
Did you see your brother leave the downstairs area at some time that evening?
yes, I did.
Do you know approximately what time that was?
I would say right around 9 o'clock.
And where did your brother go?
He went upstairs.
Did you go with him?
Not at that point.
Did anyone else go with him?
Bob Kardashian.
At some time later, did you go upstairs?
Yes.
Did you see anyone else go upstairs before you went upstairs?
My sister.
And when you came upstairs, who was there?
When I first went upstairs, it was just my husband, my sister, my brother. That's it.
And and OJ was where?
He was in the bed.
What were the other people in the room doing?
Well, my husband was in the other room. Shirley had just walked in, and she was sitting on the couch. Bob Kardashian was leaving out of the room. He was leaving.
How long were you in the room?
Maybe 3 to 5 minutes.
Did you sleep at your brother's house that night?
Yes, I did.
And did any of your other family members sleep there?
Yes, the whole family was there.
Where did you sleep?
I actually slept downstairs on a little couch in the breakfast, off from the kitchen, so I could be close to my mother.
Right. And there weren't enough beds for everyone to sleep in?
There was enough bed for the family to sleep in,
for the
yes,
family.
but I just slept down to be close to my mother.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, sleep in your brother's room?
Yes,
Who slept there?
besides my brother,
Yes.
my sister, and my brother-in-law.
To your knowledge, did you ever see Ron Shipp up in your brother's bedroom?
Yes, I did.
Was anyone else up there when he was there?
Yes, my
Who
sister.
who else was
I'm
there?
sorry, my sister Shirley.
And yourself?
Yes,
And your brother?
yes.
And for how long a period of time was Mr. Shipp there?
A couple of minutes.
To your knowledge, was Mr. Shipp ever alone with your brother from the time you entered the house until the time you went to bed, what time did you go to bed?
I went to bed after 12, maybe around 12:30.
To your knowledge, was your brother ever alone with Mr. Shipp?
No, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Darden?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you're from San Francisco?
Yes,
Did you spend most of your time that evening in the TV room?
yes,
And that's on the first floor?
yes, it is.
And directly adjacent to the TV room is the bar area, is that correct?
Yes, it's all connected.
Okay, it's all connected, it's an open area.
Yes,
And so you can see the bar area from the TV room,
yes.
but you can't see the stairway leading upstairs to the bedroom from the TV room,
No.
can you? And so if someone had walked up the stairway to the second floor, you couldn't see that from the television room.
No,
And so you can't testify then as to who went upstairs and at what time and with whom, that is, throughout the night. Is that correct?
I could testify to who I saw go up the stairs and who I was talking to.
Okay. Okay. And I appreciate that. But you can't see the stairway from the
No.
television room. Okay. Now, you say you saw Ron Shipp and that his face was puffy?
I don't think I used those words.
Okay. How would you
I
describe
said
his-
he appeared to be high.
Okay. How would you describe his face?
His eyes were glassy. He was muttering to himself and basically like talking in circles.
Were his eyes swollen?
I mean, I didn't look that closely at him. I don't know.
Were his eyes red?
Yes, they were.
Did his face appear swollen?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what his face looks like normally.
Okay. Do you know what his face looks like after he's been crying?
No, I don't.
Do you know whether or not Ron Shipp had been crying and grieving over Nicole's death prior to your arrival that evening?
No, I don't.
You testified that you spent 3 to 5 minutes upstairs in the defendant's bedroom,
Yes.
and Ron Shipp.
Excuse me, let me clarify that. I wasn't actually in the bedroom. I was in the hallway. I was in the doorway.
Okay, and so you only spent 3 to 5 minutes near the
Yes.
bedroom
Yes.
that entire night.
No, no, no. At the point that I went upstairs, I was there about 3 to 5 minutes. I was up checking on my husband as well as my brother.
When the defendant went upstairs
Yes,
at about 9 o'clock,
yes.
where was Ron Shipp?
He was sitting in the bar area talking to me.
And were you in the bar area with him,
Yes, I was.
in the TV room?
Yes.
Did you ever see Ron Shipp leave the bar area?
At one point, we
What time?
both left at the same time.
What time was that?
Between 9:30, 10 o'clock,
Okay, and where did he go at that time?
that upstairs.
Okay, and you followed him upstairs.
I didn't actually follow him. I went up, and he came up behind me.
Was Ron Shipp and your brother close friends?
I had never met Ron Shipp before, to my knowledge, so I can't answer that.
Okay,
I
so
don't
you-
believe so.
You don't know what their relationship was?
No,
You don't know whether or not the defendant had ever confided in Ron Shipp before?
no, I don't.
You don't know whether or not the defendant had asked Ron Shipp on prior occasions to handle some personal matters on his behalf?
Overruled.
No, I don't.
Were you aware that Ron Shipp was a former police officer?
Yes, he told me.
Did you know that prior to meeting Ron Shipp?
No, I didn't.
Did you know when you met Ron Shipp that he had special training in crime scene investigations?
No,
Sustain. Sustain.
When you met Ron Shipp, did he speak ill of your brother?
he really didn't talk about my brother.
Did he appear to be there in support of your brother and your family?
I assumed he was.
Thank you. That's all.
Mr. Shapiro? Nothing further, thank you. All right, Mr. Rio, thank you very much. You're excused. Sure. Gentlemen, there's a brief delay while we have our next witness come to the courtroom. Be about 5 or 10 minutes, but it's just to get the witness up to the courtroom. Okay? So if you'll just step back into the jury room, and as soon as the witness appears, we'll call you back out.
All
right.
Short time.
Who comes after Eunice Simpson?
After Ms. Eunice Simpson, if we get to that today, we have, and we'll call Carol Conklin.
While we have the break, Your Honor, it is 4 o'clock. Can we have the order of witnesses for tomorrow?
Who you got for tomorrow? Let's assume that we get through Eunice Simpson and
Mr. Douglas,
Mr. Douglas. Yes? Let's finish this case. All right, Mr. Douglas, do you have the next witnesses? Do you have the witnesses for tomorrow for the prosecution? All right. Will you give that to Mr. Darden, please? What happened to Mr. Cochran? Is he out getting Mrs. Simpson? All right. Representing Ms. Eunice Simpson.
Mr. Costa.
All right.
We do have other witnesses available. What time is your anticipated recess?
5 o'clock today.
We may have time for another.
Waiting, why don't you retrieve the phone records? All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. All right, Deputy Jex, would you assist Mrs. Simpson, please? All right, let's have the jurors. Gentlemen, please be seated. Let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Cochran, you may call your next witness.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. We'll next call Ms. Eunice Simpson to stand.
Mrs. Robertson.
Ma'am, can you raise your right hand, please? Ma'am, can you raise your right hand, please? Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Can you state your name for the record?
Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Eunice Durden Simpson.
Eunice Durden, D-U-R-D-E-N?
My maiden name, Durden.
Simpson. Good afternoon, Ms. Simpson.
Good afternoon.
If I keep my voice up, I'll ask you to keep your voice up also. Will you do that for us? Can you hear me okay?
Just,
Can you hear me okay?
yes.
All right. And I'm going to ask you to speak right into the microphone. Is that okay?
Okay.
Now, Ms. Simpson, I want to direct you to the gentleman at the far end of council table, Mr. O.J. Simpson. And are you related to him in some way?
Yes, I'm his mother.
And how many children do you have, Ms. Simpson?
I have 4 children.
All right. And tell us their names and in what order you had them in.
My first is Mary Shirley Baker and Melvin Leon Simpson, who we call Truman, and O.J. Orenthal James, my number 2 son, and Carmelita Simpson, Durio.
All right. And your 2 daughters, Carmelita is here and Shirley's in the back of the courtroom. Is that correct?
Right.
And you have one other son older than O.J. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. You called him Orenthal James? Is that right? You called your son Orenthal James Simpson?
I call him O.J.
All right. How did you get the name Orenthal James?
O.J. is just short for, just short because he never liked Orenthal James.
All right. How was he named Orenthal James?
Oh, my sister. My sister named him.
All right. Your sister named him that. But you call him O.J., is that right?
I call him O.J.
All right. Now, where do you presently live, Ms. Simpson?
I presently live at 101 Apollo.
Well, you don't have to give your address, but I'm sorry. Let me ask you another way. What city do you presently live in?
San Francisco, California.
And for how many years have you lived in San Francisco?
I've been there for about 28 years.
All right. And were you born in another state in
Yes.
this union? And was
Yes.
that the great state of Louisiana?
In Louisiana.
All right. What part of Louisiana were you born?
Freeport, Louisiana.
And after you left Louisiana, did you go to the state of Florida?
Yes, I did.
And did your husband work in some other states for a while?
He was in service.
All right. And then did you go to Michigan?
Yes, I did.
And then you finally settled in California and San Francisco?
I did.
And you lived in San Francisco since that time?
Right.
Now, how were you employed when you worked? What kind of work did you do?
I was first employed as a orderly, and I went on to a psychiatric technician.
You worked as a psychiatric technician?
Right.
At what hospital did you work?
At
Where was it?
At San Francisco General Hospital.
And how many years did you work at San Francisco General Hospital?
38 years.
And you worked in the psychiatric ward?
Yes, I did.
And how many of those years did you work in the psychiatric ward?
I don't understand.
Did you work all 38 years in the psychiatric ward?
Yes, I did.
You were at one time an orderly, and then you changed positions after that?
Right.
All right. While you were working, did you raise these 4 children yourself?
Yes, I did.
Did at some point Mr. Simpson was out of the home?
I don't understand.
Did you separate from your husband, Mr. Simpson, at some point?
Yes, I did.
And did you then raise these children yourself?
Yes, I did.
Did you work at night?
Yes,
in
I
any of those
did.
years?
Yes, I did.
How many years did you work at night at San Francisco General Hospital?
17 years while they were in school, young.
You worked at night so you could take care of them during the day?
Right.
Now, are you still active in your church in San Francisco?
Yes, I am.
What church is that?
Evergreen Baptist Church, San Francisco.
And do you still participate in some Sunday school there?
Yes, I do.
Counsel, I think some of this is...
Yes, I'm moving on, Your Honor. Just one other question in this area. What do you do at the Sunday school?
Pardon?
What do you do at Sunday school at your church?
I play the piano.
You try to go every Sunday?
Right.
Now, Ms. Simpson, with regard to your son's house at Rockingham here in Los Angeles, have you been coming down to visit him at that house for a number of years?
Yes, I have.
And how many grandchildren do you have altogether?
I have
A lot?
about 9.
All right, about 9?
Yes.
All right. And you're aware, of course, that your son has 4 children.
Right.
And with regard to the Rockingham residence and your son's marriage to Miss Nicole Brown Simpson, would you come down on occasion to visit that residence?
Yes, I did.
Would you come down and try to see the children?
Yes, I did.
How often would you try to come down from San Francisco to see the children?
After the firstborn of Nicole and OJ's, I tried to come every 3 months
And why'd you try to come every 3 months?
because I wanted them to know me.
All right. And did you try to do that, did you, over a
Yeah.
period of time?
Yes.
Now, with regard to your son OJ, when he was born with any particular problem?
Objection irrelevant.
It'll be relevant, Your Honor. Will be relevant. We'll look it up. Was he born with any particular problem?
Yes, he was.
And what was that problem?
He had rickets.
And what are rickets?
Rickets is soft bones, lack of calcium.
And did you do something special regarding him in the early years?
Yes, he was.
What'd you do?
Well, I felt it was special because it was my fault.
Why was it your fault?
Because I nursed my number 1 son while I was carrying him.
That was you nursed your number 1 son while you were pregnant with OJ?
Correct.
And so, well, you shouldn't blame yourself. You thought that was your fault?
I do.
All right. And what'd you do regarding his rickets, if anything? Oh, well,
What did I do?
what did you do to make his legs better or stronger?
Well, between the doctor and the doctor's medicine and home remedies, and mostly tender love and care.
All right. It's probably the best of all. All right. Now, ma'am, with regard to you and your son, would he on occasion have occasion to come and visit you in San Francisco?
Yes, he did.
On any particular kind of days would he come to San Francisco to visit you?
Well, mostly it was holidays and off-season time when he wasn't working.
All right. When he wasn't playing football or being a sportscaster?
Right.
All right. Now, would he on occasion discuss with you any kind of problems that he was having?
Oh, yes.
And would you give him your best advice?
Yes, to my best ability.
Now, I want to direct your attention, ma'am, to the date of Monday, June 13th, 1994. At some time on that date, did you find out that your former daughter-in-law, Nicole Brown Simpson, had been killed? Did you
Yes,
find that out?
I found it out, yes.
All right. And somebody called you and told you that?
Yes.
And did you, at that point, after learning that, come to Southern California, come to Los Angeles?
Yes, I did.
And tell us how you came to Southern California, to Los Angeles.
I flew, I think it was United.
All right. And who did you come with, if you recall?
My daughter, Shirley.
Okay. You and Shirley came together?
Right.
And about what time did you arrive in Los Angeles at the airport, if you recall?
I would say somewhere a little after 4 o'clock.
In the afternoon?
Right,
And that was on Monday the 13th, right?
right.
And thereafter, did you then go to the Rockingham Avenue residence?
Yes, we went there first.
I went right to the house?
Right.
And were you able to get into the house right away?
No, they told us that we couldn't go in and directed us to the nearest jail.
So you couldn't get into your house, the Rockingham house at first, is that
No.
correct? All right. At some point that afternoon, did you come back and were you able to get into Rockingham?
As soon as we were told that we could go back.
All right. You were told you could go back at some point.
Right.
All right. Do you know about what time that was you were told you could come back? Was it after 6 o'clock?
No, I don't.
All right. But you were still with your daughter Shirley, is that correct?
Right.
All right. And then at some point you came back to the Rockingham residence, is that right?
Yes, I did.
When you got back to the Rockingham residence, ma'am, after you got there, did you get a chance to see your son, Orenthal James Simpson?
Yes, I did.
And did you get a chance to talk to him
Right
after
away.
you got back? Were you in a particular room in the house when you saw him and you were talking to him?
Yes, in the sitting room.
All right. Is the sitting room, is that the room where the televisions are?
Yes.
And describe for the jury how you were sitting in that room. Were you sitting on a couch or something like that?
He was sitting on a couch, and
And where were you sitting?
I said, when he stood up, he helped set me down right next to him.
All right, so you sat right next to him, is that right?
Right.
Did you in any way touch him at that point, or was he touching you?
Oh, yes. We
And
were gripping each other
all right, you were gripping each other? And how was he gripping you or holding you?
very tightly.
What was he touching?
My hand. At first, a hug, and then my hands.
All right, you continued to hold your hand for a period of time?
All during the time.
And as you sat there, did you get a chance to notice your son and notice how he seemed at that point? Did you look at him?
Yes, I did.
Did he seem upset to you?
Oh, he seemed very upset. Shocked.
And you observed this yourself?
Yes, I did.
And you sat there right next to him, did you?
Yes, I did.
Now, during this period of time, how long did you all stay in this family room with you sitting right next to him and the two of you more or less holding hands? How long did that go on, if you recall?
Well, from the time that I arrived there until he decided to go upstairs and go to bed.
Or was you two kind of stayed right there close to each other, is that right?
Together, right.
Would you talk on occasion? Would you talk to each other?
Yes, we did as much
Okay,
as
you
we
can't
could.
tell us what you talked about, but you talked?
Well, yes, we did.
Okay. Now, were there other people that were there and came in and out of that house that evening, ma'am?
Yes, it were.
Did you know all the people who were there?
No, I didn't.
Did you know some of the people who were there?
Yes, I did.
Now, before this date of June 13th, 1994, did you know a person by the name of Ron Shipp?
Yes, I did.
And do you know how long you'd known Ron Shipp before that date?
I say about 3 years. I met him at a Thanksgiving dinner.
All right, 3 years prior to 1994?
Right.
And so you'd seen him on occasions before this particular date, is that correct? The June
Right.
date.
Right.
What was Mr. Ron Shipp doing when you saw him on June 13th, 1994?
He was going to play tennis on the tennis court.
Was this at some earlier time?
Right.
All right, now let's go back to the date when you came down here after you found out that Nicole Simpson had been killed. What was he doing that day inside the house when you were sitting with O.J. on the couch?
He was sitting at the bar.
All right, you observed him at the bar?
Yes.
Did you see him drink anything at the bar?
He had a can in his hand.
You know what kind of can it was?
Appeared to be a beer can.
All right, did you have occasion to look at him and look at his face on that date?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice anything unusual about his face?
He appeared to be space.
What was that word again?
Well, he...
Space, did you say?
I would say space.
All right,
He didn't-
what do you
he
mean by...
didn't appear natural.
All right, and had you ever had occasion to look in his face before?
Yes, I have.
And the look that he had in his face on this date, was that what he... Had you seen that look before ever?
Yes, I have.
On other times when you had seen him, have you ever seen him on other occasions when he had been drinking?
Yes, I have.
Did he look, on the other times you saw him drinking, did he look like he looked on this date, June 13th, 1994?
Not quite as bad, but it always appeared to be kind of starey.
How?
He would stare,
Okay.
in space.
All right, staring into space. This date on June 13th was worse than the other times, is that what you're saying?
Right,
All right. So you observed him and you saw him look like this, is that correct?
right.
Now, ma'am, did there come a time when your son got up to leave the family room where you were seated with him? Do you remember that he got up to go someplace?
Yes.
And do you know where he was going at that point? I'm asking if you know this. All right. Do you know where your son was going at that point?
He was going upstairs to go to bed.
Is that something you suggested to him?
Right.
All right, and when he got up to go upstairs to go to bed, did he say anything to you?
Yes, he says, by
Well,
me.
Can you just tell me yes or no on that question?
Yes.
All right. Did he do anything? Did he touch you or hug you or anything when he left?
Yes, he did.
What did he do?
He embraced me.
All right, and then did he then leave your presence?
Yes.
And did you see him anymore at all that particular night of June 13th after that?
No.
Did you see him leave with anyone else when he left at that point, if you know?
No.
You just saw him leave your sight, is that correct?
Right.
Now, Ms. Simpson, I noticed that when you're walking up and you were assisted onto the witness stand, do you have some particular condition that affects your ability to walk?
Yes.
And what is that condition?
Rheumatoid arthritis.
And how long have you had that?
I've had it since 1974. I was diagnosed.
Now, do other members of your family have that condition?
Oh, yes.
Do other members of your family have that condition?
Yes.
What other members have that condition?
My father, my two sisters, and Carmelita.
All right. What about O.J. Simpson?
O.J. most of all.
How long have you been aware that O.J. had that condition?
Since 1980.
And you became aware that he had it also? That he had rheumatoid arthritis?
Yes,
So it's something in your family, is that correct?
it does.
Have you seen a doctor for your condition?
Yes.
May I have this moment, Chairman? Now, I'd ask you a question about seeing a doctor for your condition. Have you had something done regarding your knees because of the arthritic condition?
Yes.
I will link it up. Be very brief. I'll link it up.
Couple more questions. Couple more.
Thank you. With regard to what condition, what have you had done to your knees?
Implants.
You have your knees replaced?
Right.
Is that a result of this rheumatoid arthritic condition?
I don't
Is that
understand.
as a result of the condition that you have of rheumatoid arthritis?
Yes, it did.
And when did you have the surgery to have your knees implanted?
The left one in '83 and the right one in '85.
You saw a doctor in San Francisco, did you?
Yes.
Well, thank you very much for coming with us today, Ms. Simpson.
Mr. Darden.
Your Honor, we have no questions from Mrs. Simpson. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Simpson. Yes.
We're going to go to 5 and I can get another witness down?
Yes, please. Shapiro, Ms. Clark.
Ms. Carol Connors, Your Honor.
All right. While we're waiting, let me see counsel with the court reporter with the sidebar. All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Shapiro, next witness, please.
Ms. Carol Connors,
All right, Ms. Connors, we come over here, stand next to the court reporter, and face the clerk, please. All right, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness stand and state and spell your first and last name for the record.
All right, Ms. Connor, would you hold the microphone close to you, please? Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Ms. Connors.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm okay.
A little nervous?
A lot nervous.
Well, we ask you just to relax, and I have just a few questions for you.
Okay.
At some point in time, have you become acquainted with my client, Mr. O.J. Simpson?
Yes.
And for how long have you been acquainted with him?
Well, I met OJ about in 1980, I think.
And would you describe from 1980 to today how you would characterize your relationship with him?
An acquaintance.
Have you had an occasion to observe his demeanor?
Yes, at many different events and functions.
And when was the last time you saw him in person prior to today?
June 11th, 1994.
And how do you know that date and where was it?
How could I not know that date? It was at a $25,000 dinner party for the Sheba Medical Center honoring Madame Jahan Sadat and First Lady, Prime Minister's wife, Leah Rabin. And it was in Bel Air. It was a private party given by the Ellises at their estate.
Now, I notice you have a somewhat extraordinary vest on. Does that have anything to do with your profession?
I'm a songwriter.
And is there any songs that you've written that perhaps the jury would be familiar with?
Well, I hope they would know the theme from Rocky, because I was lucky enough to co-write that with Bill Conti and Ann Robbins, and
Many others. Many, many others.
some, yes.
Now, on the occasion of...
Now, the fact that that was nominated for an Academy Award.
Should I say it?
It was, correct?
We were nominated for an Oscar, and may I make one other statement?
No, that's fine.
We lost to Barbra Streisand.
Now, at this event, did you see O.J. Simpson there?
Yes, I did.
And did you see him in the accompaniment of anyone?
He was with Paula. I have a slight speech impediment, but
Let me
it's
try to help you with that. Barbieri?
Barbieri.
And did you have a chance to observe them during the evening?
Yes, I did. When O.J. walked in, I had already been there. And he and Paula walked in, and he saw me standing there, and I waved to him. And he left Paula standing on the step, and he came towards me, and he put his arms around me, and he said, "Oh, you look..."
All right, next question.
Yes. And would you describe what he said to you?
He said,
Sustained.
It doesn't go. Did you have a conversation with him?
yes, I did.
And did you have a chance to observe his mood?
Yes, I did.
What was his mood like?
Well, he was wonderful. He was kind. I asked him to take a picture with some ladies. He couldn't have been nicer to everybody there, to the three ladies and myself. I spoke with him for a while.
And did you get a chance to see how he interacted with Paula, the lady he was with?
Yes, I did.
And did you form any observations regarding the way he was interacting with Paula?
Orwell, you can answer the question. Answer the question.
You may answer that.
Could you ask it again?
Yes. Did you form any opinions? Did you have any view as to how he was relating with Paula? How did they seem together?
Well, I happened to witness, or I happened to see, a very exquisite romantic moment that took place between the two of them. And being a writer, I was able to compute it into my brain and to understand it and to wish that I had been lucky enough to be in a situation of what I had watched.
Did O.J. appear any different on the night of June the 11th than he had on the prior occasions that you had seen him throughout the years since 1980?
Absolutely not.
Now, you mentioned that a photograph was taken. I have previously shown this to counsel, and it was used in the opening statement. Mr. Douglas is going to put it up on the board here. We're going to mark that as the defendant's 1247, if with the court's
How about
pleasure.
1227?
I object, Your Honor. This is a wrong photograph.
Call roll.
Can you identify, is this the photograph that you alluded to?
I think that's me.
And did you provide that to us? In a
Yes, I did.
smaller version,
Yes, I
which
did.
I have here. And would you identify this, would you tell us about how that photograph came to be taken?
Well, we had been talking, and O.J. and I were talking about our Abyssinian cats, and he told me that they had passed away. And in the course of the conversation, I asked him how Nicole was, and he said, she's fine. And there was a photographer standing over there, and I said, would you mind taking a picture with all these little ladies? Because one of them is my height, Frances Brody, and they were all sort of a tither, you know, oh. And I said, would you mind taking these pictures? It would really be wonderful, and I know they would appreciate it. And O.J. said, not at all, Carol. So the photographer, Peter, was standing there. And I said, Peter, would you mind taking this picture? And he said, no. And he said, I'd love to take it. So he took the picture. Was the picture. I don't know the other two ladies. They were just in the picture. But Frances is a member of Sheba Medical Center, as I am. And it was just a really fun moment.
How many people were at this event?
I don't know. I think around 300. It was a very Renaissance evening, and Natalie Cole was performing. It was quite beautiful.
And do you know what the amount was to come to this charity? What the charge was?
I was a guest of the event, but it was a $25,000 a couple a dinner. And it was to raise money, as I said, for the Sheba Medical Center.
And was it a successful event in your opinion?
Very. I mean, it is the non-secular hospital of Israel.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Darden?
Good afternoon, Mr. Carr.
Good afternoon.
Yes, miss.
Ms.
You testified that you had seen the defendant, what, 8 or 10 times prior?
Maybe about over the years.
Okay. And each time that you saw the defendant, you saw him at different events? Is that
Yes.
correct? You saw him in public?
Yes.
You didn't see him at home, did you?
No.
You didn't see him at home when he was married to Nicole Brown, did you?
Not at their home, but I saw them together, yes.
Okay. Did you ever spend the night in his home while he was married to Nicole Brown?
No.
Most of the contacts that you had with the defendant were at charity events?
There were events or functions, yes.
Okay. Like the Sheba Medical Center?
That's one of them, yes.
The Sheba Medical Center is in Bel Air?
No, the Sheba Medical Center is in Israel. It is the non-secular hospital in the Middle East.
Okay.
The event took place at the Ellis's home.
Okay. And who are the Ellises?
They are a couple that lives in Bel Air, very philanthropic. They own Farley's Chocolate, and they gave the party at their home.
Okay. So at this function, then, there were corporate executives,
There were a lot of different people.
actors.
Excuse me?
Were there actors also at this gathering?
Yes.
Politicians?
Yes.
Was the media there?
Yes.
And the defendant, I suppose you knew that he was an actor. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also knew that he made money doing commercials and videos for different companies?
I think everybody knew that, yes.
And this function was the perfect kind of function for one to make business contacts. Is that correct?
Oh, well,
Does that mean I answered?
you can answer.
Could you ask it again?
Okay. This
Please.
type of function with the Sheba Medical Center was the perfect kind of function in which one could make some business contacts. Is that correct?
I think the word is networking today, yes.
Yes. Okay. Was the defendant networking?
I did not see that.
Do you know whether or not he was networking?
I did not see that.
Okay. Well, did you say that Prime Minister Sadat's wife was present?
Leah Rabin was there. She was being given an award by Kirk Douglas, and so was Madame Jahan Sadat. They were both being presented with an award that night.
And would you say that just about everyone at the function was on their best behavior?
I think everybody was enjoying themselves, yes.
Okay. The defendant's wearing a tuxedo in the photograph. Is that correct?
Everybody was wearing a tuxedo that was a guy.
Okay. Can you see the defendant's left hand in the photograph there?
Do you want me to?
Please.
This is his right hand, right? Sort of. No, I don't see it. I don't see it.
Did you shake hands with the defendant that
Yes,
night?
I did.
Did you hold his hand after you shook it?
No, I shook it, just like I would shake your hand.
Okay. And you shook his right hand?
I think so. My mother always taught me to.
Did you see his left hand?
I didn't pay attention to his hands.
Okay. You didn't see a cut on his left hand that night, is that
No, I
correct?
did not.
And the function ended at around 11 p.m.?
Somewhere, yeah, somewhere around that time.
Okay. And up until 11 p.m. that night, you didn't see a cut on the defendant's hand, did you?
I didn't even pay attention to his hands. But no, I did not see a cut.
Was the defendant bleeding at all that night?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. Now, you can't see the defendant's shoes in that photograph either, can you?
No, because it doesn't go down to his feet.
Now, you testified that you were someone's guest at this event, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes? Yes?
I'm sorry, excuse me, yes.
Okay. So you didn't pay $25,000?
No, I did not.
And there were other guests at
Yes,
the
there
event?
were.
There were other guests that didn't pay $25,000.
I'm sure some did and some didn't. I don't know.
Did they have something at the event called a celebrity invite or a celebrity invitation?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, were there certain celebrities invited to the function who were not required to pay the $25,000?
I would think some, yes.
Okay. And do you know who those people were?
No,
You didn't handle the financial aspect?
no.
Okay. Are you on the board of directors for Sheba?
I'm involved. I don't know if I would have to look at their stationery because I'm very involved with Sheba Medical Center. It's something I believe in. I think I'm on the board, but I don't get involved in any of that. I have lent my name to the hospital because I believe in the hospital.
Well, if you were a member of the board of directors, you would have some input into how the charity was run. Is that correct?
No,
Okay. You would go to directors' meetings?
I never go to a meeting.
Okay. Have you ever been to a board of directors meeting?
One. It was for the women's auxiliary. I went to one meeting.
Okay. But you're not sure whether or not you're a member of the board?
I know this sounds really silly, but I am on a lot of things that I believe in, and I have given my name to the charity because I believe in it. I do not have anything to do with the day-to-day running of the charity.
Did you see the defendant speak with the press that night at that function?
I was standing inside, and there was like an area where Madame Sadat and everyone was standing with the flags, and you would walk in. I walked in, obviously, before O.J. and Paula, so I'd already been in the party, so I didn't see that, no. I'm sure he did, but I didn't see it.
Okay. Well, you've described for us the defendant's demeanor the night of the 11th. Is that correct?
The night of the 11th?
Yes.
Yes.
How about the night of the 12th? Did you see the defendant around 10:20 on the night of the 12th?
No, I did not.
Did you speak to him at that time?
No, I did not.
You don't know where he was at that time?
No, I do not.
Thank you. That's all.
Mr. Shapiro, anything further?
Only for the record to mark this photograph as A.
All right, actually, why don't we use that photograph?
Use this photograph.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Nothing further. Thank you so much. Mr.
All right, Ms. Connors, thank you very much. You're
Thank
excused.
you, Judge Ito.
We're burning daylight. Do we have another witness outside the courtroom?
I think there is, Madam Master.
Please check. All right, Mr. Cochran.
Your Honor, we would ask leave of court to call Ms. Mary Collins to the stand.
All right, Ms. Collins, would you just stand right next to the court reporter here, face the clerk?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in this law not pleading before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please have a seat on the witness stand and state your first and last name for the record.
Can you spell your name, please?
Mary Collins, Marycollins.
Mr. Cochran.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Collins.
Good afternoon.
And Ms. Collins, what is your occupation?
I'm an interior designer.
And for how long have you been in the business of interior design?
About 25 years.
And have you operated locally in the area of Southern California?
Yes.
Ms.
No.
Cochran, would you just pull the microphone a little closer to you, please? Yes.
Thank you.
All right, just put it over here on the side, please. All right, Mr. Cochran.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think we just established that you have been in the interior design business for about the last 25 years
That's right.
in this general area.
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to the gentleman at the far end of the council table there. Do you know Mr. Orenthal James Simpson?
Yes, I do.
And about how long have you known him?
I think about 20 years.
And have you, over the course of the time you've known O.J. Simpson, ever had occasion to work for him?
Yes.
And in what capacity did you work for him?
I designed 3 of his offices.
These are his offices that he had at various times during his career, is that right?
Yes.
And when you say design them, what did you do for it?
I did the interior design.
And were you paid for those services?
Yes.
Now, are you presently married?
Yes.
And are you with your husband?
Yes.
And were you formerly married to someone else? To
No.
a different person? All right. What is your husband's name?
Roger Collins.
All right. And were you formerly, is your sister-in-law, Kathy Randa, Mr. Simpson's executive assistant?
Yes, she was my sister-in-law.
All right. She was your sister-in-law of a former husband.
She was my brother's wife, but they've been divorced for about 27 years.
All right. Now we got it. She was your brother's wife, and they have been divorced. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, with regard to the interior design jobs you did for Mr. Simpson, can you tell us in what location those offices were, just generally?
2 were in Brentwood, and 1 was at Columbia Studios.
All right. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to the week of June 6th, 1994. Do you remember that week?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to meet with Mr. O.J. Simpson sometime during that particular week?
Yes, I did.
And what date did you meet with him?
I believe that was June 6th.
All right. Was that on a Monday, if you recall?
I think it was on a Monday.
All right. And where did you meet with Mr. Simpson on that date?
I met with him at his home.
And his home was on Rockingham?
Yes.
All right. And why were you at the Rockingham location?
To discuss redecorating his bedroom suite.
All right. Was this now a request or something that he had made for you to come to the home?
Yes.
And when you arrived at the location, you had occasion to meet with Mr. Simpson. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you meet with anyone else at that time?
Yes.
Who was that?
There was Paula Barberi, Cato Kalin, and there was someone else I can't remember who that was. And I had my associate Jill Hall with me.
You had another lady with you?
Yes.
And at the house was Paula Barbieri and Mr. Simpson. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Cato Kalin was there?
Yes.
I presume that Cato Kalin was not going to retain your services to decorate Mr. Simpson's house, though, was he?
No.
All right. He was just there at the house?
Yes.
All right. Did you have a meeting with Mr. Simpson with regard to what he wanted done to his bedroom suite?
Yes.
And where did that meeting take place at the Rockingham location?
Upstairs in the bedroom suite.
And who was present during this particular meeting, if you recall?
Paula, Jill, and OJ and myself.
All right. And in the course of that, did you have a discussion about the things that Mr. Simpson wanted done to the bedroom and how he wanted to change?
Yes.
How long did that meeting last, if you recall?
Seemed like it was about 45 minutes.
And did he have an idea of what he wanted to have done?
Yes.
Now, you had dealt with him before with regard to decorating his offices, and so this was not the first time that you would have done a job for him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you mentioned that Paula Barbieri was also present during this meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Did she participate at all in this 45-minute discussion regarding what was going to happen to the location there?
Yes, she did.
And how did she participate?
She was looking at samples of the choices I brought, and they were discussing with each other which they preferred, and they seemed to be agreeing pretty much on the same things.
All right, now you mentioned that you brought some samples. I mean to cut you off. Some samples?
Fabric swatches, carpet samples.
And does it work that you would then show the fabric samples or swatches to the client?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And the client then makes some kind of choice?
Yes.
In the course of this process, you saw Ms. Paula Barbieri also involved in that?
Yes.
Now, after the 45 minutes, after the time had elapsed, did you get a chance to make a presentation or to fully understand everything that Mr. Simpson wanted done?
Well, I was proposing an idea that I had about redesigning his room, and I told him that I would be making sketches and getting bids on this idea that I had about turning the bed at an angle so that he could enjoy the fireplace and have an entertainment center that he was facing rather than having it to the left of him. He had a television to the left of him. So that was an idea that he was considering, and Paula had an idea about putting a console at the foot of the bed that would hold the television that could lift hydraulically, I guess, to have an entertainment center at the foot of the bed. She wanted me to see this unit that she was talking about at a hotel where she had stayed, so we talked a little bit about that.
All right. Did Ms. Barbieri have any particular remarks regarding the bathroom?
Yes, she really wanted that changed.
All right. This all occurred during this conversation that you had?
Yes.
And you say that one of your associates, Ms. Jill Hall, was present during this meeting also?
Yes.
Now, by the way, if you recall, what time of day on June 6th did this meeting take place?
It was late in the day. It seemed like it was sometime after 6:30.
In the evening?
Yes.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall where Mr. Cato Kalin was in the house during this meeting? You downstairs?
He was, yes, in the television viewing area. That's where they were when we walked in.
All right. Now, with regard to your recommendations and Mr. Simpson and Ms. Barbieri's desires, you talked about various things. What did you agree at the end of the meeting, if anything?
That I would be getting bids and that I would try to work it out so that what I was doing wouldn't interfere with Mr. Simpson's schedule. So I said I would do all of that scheduling through the office so that none of this would bother him, and that I would be sending him faxes and samples to look at, and hopefully we would meet again if he had the time.
So there's something about his schedule, whether or not he'd be in town or not?
Yes.
And you were aware that he was about to leave town? Strike, the
Yes.
counsel's correct. Let me restate it. Let me restate that. Do you have any knowledge of Mr. Simpson's schedule during that particular period of time?
Not at that particular period of time, but I know that he travels a lot, so
And how do you know that? Based upon what?
my past experiences,
All right. And the other jobs that you did?
yes.
All right. Your Honor, it's now 5:05, and I don't think,
Do you have much more?
not much more. Shall I be your guest? All right. So, based upon the previous jobs that you had done, you knew that he traveled quite a bit, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you told us this meeting lasted about 45 minutes, and after you finished that meeting, did it terminate at some point?
Yes.
And is there anything else that occurred during the meeting or the discussion about what you were to do that you haven't told us about thus far?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Now, you described for us that Ms. Barbieri had some concern about the bathroom. What didn't she like about the bathroom, if you recall? Oh,
Well, she didn't care for the wallpaper. She just didn't really like the style of it. It didn't seem to relate to the bedroom.
Was it, now, which bathroom was it that she was particularly concerned about, if you recall?
It was part of the master bedroom, but it was off at the end of the hallway.
All right. And whose bathroom had that been?
Nicole's.
And is that a bathroom area that, as you walk into the bedroom, it's off to the left?
Yes.
All right. And were you aware that there was another bathroom that Mr. Simpson used primarily?
Yes.
Ms. Barbieri's concerns were directed toward the bathroom as you first walked into the room. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, did you have occasion to discuss budget with Mr. Simpson?
Yes.
And did you arrive at a figure of what this budget for this work would cost generally?
Yes.
And thereafter, were you paid some sort of a retainer
Yes, I was.
by Mr. Simpson or by his business office?
Yes.
All right. And, Your Honor, counsel? If I might, to mark, I think it's a defendant's 1248.
I think at 12:28.
Is it 28? All right. I'll put a 1228 in the upper right-hand corner.
And I take it we're about to wind it up with this?
And I take it we are, Your Honor. Yes, we are. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Now, I'm going to show you what purports to be a check made payable to Collins and Collins in the amount of $1,000 from O.J. Simpson, care of Leroy B. Taft, made payable to Collins and Collins, signed apparently by Leroy B. Taft. Is that a check that you received on or about June 7th of 1994?
Yes.
And what does that check purportedly represent?
It was the retainer to start the job.
All right. Thank you very kindly. That's all I have at this point, Your Honor.
All right, is that all you have?
At this point, yes, Your
No,
Honor.
I
Yes,
want,
yes,
are you
no,
finished?
Yes, I'm finished. I think I'm finished.
All right. Ms. Clark?
Good afternoon, Ms. Collins.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us when you got the call to come over and do the meeting with Mr. Simpson and Paula?
I think it was about a week before I met with him.
So that would have been sometime around Memorial Day?
Maybe it was a little before Memorial Day.
Just before that weekend, maybe?
Probably. I can't remember for sure.
Okay. But around that time?
I think so.
Okay. It wasn't that day or the day before that, right?
No.
All right. Now, when you were in the bedroom, did you look around, kind of get acquainted with what was already there so you could get some ideas about what you were going to do?
Yes. I had been there before.
On more than one occasion, correct?
Yes.
I have a photograph that I'd like to show you, a couple of them, actually. I'd ask that these photographs kind of be marked People's 491 and 492.
491 and 492.
Is it a citizen council?
Ms. Clark?
Thank you, Ron. You stated you had been at the Rockingham location on previous occasions, correct?
That's correct.
And were you ever at that location during the time that the defendant was married to Nicole Brown?
I don't believe so.
So when had you been there prior to the date of June the 6th, when you met with Mr. Simpson and Paula?
It was, I believe it was right before his 45th birthday. And I think Paula was planning a party for him, and at that time we were trying to put the house together for this event.
Now, you said you'd known the defendant for 20 years?
Yes.
Did you ever meet Nicole Brown?
Yes.
So you knew who she was?
Yes.
And when you were in the defendant's bedroom, we'll strike that. On his 45th birthday, was that at the Rockingham location as well?
Yes,
And did you have occasion to go up to his bedroom at that time?
yes.
Did you see any photographs in his bedroom at that time?
I must have. I think I did.
Okay, and did you see photographs of the defendant with Nicole Brown in his bedroom at that time?
I don't remember that.
Okay, if I showed you a photograph, would that refresh your recollection? And you could tell us whether or not you'd ever seen it before.
Maybe so.
Sustained.
Okay, could you tell us when that was, the 45th birthday?
It's, did you just have your 47th? I don't know. It seems like it was about 2 years ago. It could have been. I
Right.
think it was about 2 years ago.
About 2 years ago, and on June the 6th, when you were there, do you recall seeing any photographs in the defendant's bedroom?
On June the 6th,
1994.
it seems like he does have a lot of pictures of his family. Yes.
And do you recall seeing a photograph of him with Nicole Brown at that time? We're on June 6th.
I can't say that I recall that.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection if I were to show you a photograph and you could tell us whether you recall seeing it or not?
Yes.
People's 491, Your Honor.
All right. Now, just show it to her to refresh her recollection.
I can't say that this picture looks familiar to me.
You don't recall having seen that?
It's very small. I can't make it out too well. Is that her in a wedding dress?
Could, does it refresh your recollection?
No,
it's not. Can you tell us if you recall seeing this photograph?
I don't recall seeing that photograph.
You recall that there were photographs on the nightstand, correct?
Yes.
And you don't recall seeing that photograph on the nightstand?
I don't recall that.
Did you look under the bed?
Sustained. Sustained.
Look under the bed while you were there?
Sustained. Actually, no. That was part of the job. Did you do that?
No, I never looked under the bed.
Did your assistant?
No,
So you don't know whether there was anything under the bed then?
no.
Overruled. All right. Is there much more?
All right. No, not much more, Your Honor, thank you. Now, are you in the habit of having... Strike that. On June the 6th, ma'am, did you have a conversation with the defendant about the nature of his relationship with Nicole Brown and the nature of his relationship with Paula Barbieri?
I object, that's beyond the scope of the object.
Overruled. It is. Rephrase the
Okay.
question.
Did you have a conversation with the defendant about the nature of his relationship with Nicole Brown on June the 6th, 1994?
No, I didn't have a conversation like that.
And were you aware of any correspondence he had had with Nicole Brown on June the 6th, 1994?
Object, simple fact.
Overruled. Were you aware of anything like that?
I was not aware of, no.
Have you ever redecorated for people who have been divorced on prior occasions?
Yeah, that's relevant material.
Overruled.
I just can't recall of decorating for anybody that just got divorced.
Not just. But let me put it a different way. Have you ever had the experience that a new lover or spouse will come in and want to change the house to suit them?
Overruled.
Actually, no, I don't think I ever have.
Do you know whose idea it was to redecorate the bedroom, whether it was Paula's idea or the defendant's idea initially,
Also speculation.
If you know.
if you know?
I don't know.
And the bathroom that Paula was complaining about and wanted to change so badly, that was Nicole's bathroom?
I believe it was, yes.
The check that, let me ask you this, ma'am. Were the bedroom and the bathroom, that bathroom that Paula was complaining about, the only rooms being changed?
Overruled. Overruled.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. The master bedroom and the bathroom that Paula didn't like, were those the only two rooms that you were being asked to change?
No.
What else were you?
I was asked to change Justin's room and a little something for Sydney, and also recovering the sofas in the television viewing room.
Now, the changes that were requested in Sydney and Justin's room, were those more extensive or less extensive than the changes requested in the master bedroom and Nicole's bathroom?
No, they were not more extensive.
Were they less extensive?
I mean, they were less extensive.
Much
yes.
less?
Well, we wanted to completely change Justin's room because he was a young boy instead of a baby, and it was a very babyish room. So that was going to have a big change, but nothing probably as big as the master suite.
And who were you discussing the changes? Strike that. May I have a moment, Your Honor? The person that signed the retainer check, Taft, do you know who that is?
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
Skip Taft, OJ's attorney.
Are you acquainted with him?
Pardon?
Are you acquainted with him? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
I am.
I have here a letter, Your Honor, that's been marked as People's 25. I'd like to show it to the witness.
Yes. Nope. All right, sustained. Sustained.
May I ask if you saw the defendant on June the 12th, ma'am?
No, I did not see the defendant on June the 12th.
Okay, so you don't know in what mood he was in on June the 12th, do you?
Overruled.
I have no idea.
You don't know what he was wearing on June the 12th, 1994?
That is.
No.
Anything else?
No. Thank
All
you,
right.
Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am.